Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a true pleasure on behalf of the Rail Baltic family to welcome you to the already annual Industry Day. That is a dedicated format for direct and open engagement with the existing and also future suppliers of Rail Baltic, as well as those interested in the project in general. This event is being streamlined in the project official sources on the website forum.railbaltica.org, LinkedIn, as well as Facebook, and also it's possible to find us also elsewhere. The context of the Rail Baltic has changed significantly throughout this year, not only due to the Russia's war on Ukraine, but also due to the fact that the project has indeed increased its maturity. That requires not only strategic decisions to be taken, but also increase the cooperation with our partners in the Baltics, in the EU and beyond. We have already today more than 560 registrations, and that's a good number. I hope that together with the online sources we increase that. And from the registration questions that we have received, we see that the timing of this event is right, as well as the agenda that we have prepared is also there to address the questions already identified. We will start today's meeting and an event with a welcome address from the representatives from the three Baltic ministries responsible for transport policy, followed by unique opportunity to speak with Madame Trautmann, the EU coordinator for the North Sea Baltic Core Network Corridor, and then entering already in the project itself, looking at the project reached in 2022, as well as looking ahead for 2023 and beyond. Then we'll have a short break, and afterwards we will jump in the overview of the large-scale construction preparations, work on the subsystems, the electrification, as well as control command signaling, and then we'll wrap up with procurement. Also today, it is possible to use Slido to engage directly and online to raise your questions for the participants of the panels. And I would just like to suggest that we test it, and therefore I would invite to go in slido.com, use #Rail Baltica, and we will kick off with an introduction question from our side. And it's a simple one, because it's relatively early morning, not only here in snowy Riga, but I believe also elsewhere. And therefore the question is very simple. Which country do you come from? Do we have the answers coming in? It's not Eurovision, but still. Poland, Latvia, Germany. Latvia. Good. So we see that Europe has joined the Rail Baltic Industry Day. Let's wait for a couple of few more. The south, the north, the center. Very good. Happy to see that we are fully equipped to proceed with the agenda. And we will start with a political welcome address from the political level, starting with Madame Riina Sikkut, who's the Minister of Economic Affairs and Infrastructure of Estonia. The formats, just to recall, we will have several. There will be recorded videos, and also, for example, the Estonian minister would have liked to participate, but due to other arrangements, we have a video recording. Then we'll have also online connections, and some colleagues I'm happy to see also here in person. But now the floor goes to the Minister Sikkut.
Dear Rail Baltic Industry Day participants, I would love to be with you in Riga, but unfortunately I'm welcoming you from Tallinn. But I hope you have a very fruitful discussions and nice time for networking. Rail Baltica itself, it's an historic and a large-scale undertaking for all three Baltic countries. It should connect the Baltic states to the rest of Europe. It should reduce the carbon footprint of our transport sector, and at the time of war, that the importance of railway as a mode for military logistics has also increased. But when we are talking about the 19th century idea and the 19th century mode of transport, we are still constructing it to be using modern technology to offer a state-of-the-art service for anyone who would like to travel from Tallinn to Warsaw or Riga to Vilnius. How is it going? As often, there are two sides to it. On one hand, we are progressing well. Estonia has invested 100 million to construct viaducts, aqueducts, and everything else a modern railway needs. We are planning to invest 150 million next year and €1 billion over the next 4 years. At the same time, there have been significant delays in the design process of the main line. So we are planning to tender the first 2 sections of the main line at the beginning of next year in the Harju and Rapla County. The progress has been slower than expected, but it often happens with large-scale projects like this. But in general, it is an exercise of cooperation for the Baltic states, and we cannot achieve the goal to have a railway running and offering modern service without you. So whether we are talking about infrastructure construction works or developing the service, this is where you come into play. And I hope the cooperation will be fruitful, beneficial, and we will deliver, and we all can soon be heading from Tallinn to Riga, to Kaunas and Warsaw, and enjoy the luxury of modern travel. And of course, if we are looking at the economic effects, the freight transport that could be freely moved from north to south, which has become more relevant at the times where east to west logistics change have been interrupted, and it's difficult to see that the past will come back. So all the best to you, and hope to meet you next time.
Thank you to Minister Sikkut, and we take the train further on. Next one, we have a video greeting from Minister Tāls Linkaits, who is the Minister of Transport of Latvia.
Dear participants of Rail Baltica Industry Day, fellow colleagues and ministers, Rail Baltica is the project of the century for Latvia. To build Rail Baltica and to complete it in due time is Latvia's highest priority in the long term and at present. The current geopolitical situation, the war in Ukraine, underlines the strategic importance of this project not only for the countries of the Baltic Sea region, but for Europe as a whole. Our plan is to build Rail Baltica in phases, aiming to start the first rail operations by 2027, connecting the priority sections according to the Rail Baltica construction strategy. We have started construction already of Rail Baltica on the Riga Central Station, node section, and the Vyks airport section. And in 2022, Latvia has achieved significant progress. Next year, Latvia plans to start construction of the main line on the southern section to establish a cross-border connection to Kaunas in Lithuania with the possibility to connect to Poland. Contracts have been signed for the design and also supervision of the Salaspils intermodal freight terminal, as well as for the Rail Baltica regional stations, with the aim to develop them as a regional mobility hubs. Signing of the contract for the construction of Rail Baltica main line outside Riga is expected soon. In order to speed up the implementation process, Latvia has adopted several legislative amendments, including a special Rail Baltica law. Timely completion of the Rail Baltica project directly depends on timely allocated financial resources. Therefore, cooperation and further financial support of European Union is of vital importance. For the first time, Latvia is granted financing from the new EU support instrument under military mobility envelope to develop transport infrastructure that would serve both civil and military needs. Latvia believes that this financing will allow to build specific objects of military cargo operations. Rail Baltica project goes beyond passenger travel, freight transportation and logistics. Currently, Rail Baltica is a vital security corridor, and it is particularly important to ensure reliable connectivity with Western Europe and to fully use the new rail transport link with Europe to increase our country's defense capabilities. Once again, I would like to emphasize that the Rail Baltica project is of high priority, and in this situation, in close cooperation with Lithuania, Estonia and our international partners is very important. Only through joint efforts we can ensure that Rail Baltica becomes indeed backbone of a strong EU transport system.
Thank you, Minister Linkaits. And then we proceed to Deputy Minister of Transport and Communications of the Republic of Lithuania, Agnis Driksna, who is joining us online. Good morning, Deputy Minister.
Good morning, dear colleagues and participants of Rail Baltica Industry Day. The project of the century, the biggest shared investment in the Baltic so far, the most important north-south rail link in Europe. All these headlines refer to Rail Baltica, the most important project currently being implemented in the Baltics. In Lithuania, the construction of the main line from Kaunas to Latvia has begun. The Kaunas-Riga section of Rail Baltica is currently the most mature section in the entire project. This interstate link will undoubtedly be the first to be completed and launched in the operation. Accordingly, I would like to mention that a European gauge railway line from Poland to Kaunas intermodal terminal is already in operation. For the first time in history, freight trains loaded with containers and semi-trailers are running from Kaunas to Duisburg in Germany since last year. This November, the first semi-trailers from Kaunas arrived to Trieste, one of the most important ports in Italy. Given the strategic significance and economic potential of the project, as well as the ongoing war in Ukraine, we must focus on the construction of the main line of Rail Baltica. Together with our partners, we are working to cover the financial needs to ensure continuous construction of the main railway line. Lithuania will come up with a solid package of activities to be proposed to get additional EU financing. I believe that every partner in this project shares the same idea: to build the right path towards the future of green, sustainable, and digitally matured European railway network as soon as possible. I remain convinced that in 2023, we will see further progress of the Rail Baltica in the region. Thank you very much and have a nice and insightful day today.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. And it's a true pleasure, actually, to see that even during these challenging times, the political commitment of the Baltic partners at political level is not only remaining, but it's also enforced with and resulting in concrete actions. To top this up, I have the pleasure to introduce Madame Catherine Trautmann, the EU coordinator for the North Sea Baltic Core Network. corridor. And even more, I know, Madam Trautmann, that you have some very fresh news from yesterday's Transport, Telecom and Energy Council. Madam Trautmann, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Gert. And ladies and gentlemen, dear ministers, it's a pleasure for me to be at the virtual Rail Baltica Industry Day. It is a very good format to get to know the Rail Baltica family and learn more about the project. I'm the European coordinator for the North Sea Baltic Corridor. I work for the Commission as an independent expert. And my objective is to support the completion of the corridor by 2030, which concerns the critical infrastructure for all modes, with a special dedication to cross-border projects. Rail Baltica is a major missing link on the connection from Luleå in the north to Rotterdam in the west, and it is considered as a unique cross-border between the three Baltic countries, Poland and Finland. Today, I would like to give you my assessment of Rail Baltica because many companies want to have an understanding of the political background when they make the decision to take part of the project. You have already heard from the three Baltic transport ministers that Rail Baltica is extremely important. In September, I traveled through all the Baltic states and I met representatives of the governments and members of the national parliaments. I have followed Rail Baltica for many years, and I can tell you that the support was never stronger. Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine has fundamentally changed the geopolitical situation. Before the war, we wanted Rail Baltica for economic and environmental reasons. We wanted it to shift traffic from road to rail to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from transport. In Europe, traffic causes about 20% of CO2 connection emissions, and we have to tackle that urgently. We wanted Rail Baltica because the connection to the European railway network will be important for the economy of the three Baltic countries and Finland. Good connectivity is a condition to convince travelers to choose the rail, and it remains one of the pillars of the single European market. The Baltics need it so that the Baltic economies can continue to grow. Their logistics sector need to be connected to the rest of EU. In particular, their rail freight sector cannot wait for a connection to the European network. Now the situation has changed. Geopolitics are a factor. This is obvious for everybody. The Baltic states and Finland must be better connected to the rest of the EU, not only for development and prosperity, but also for peace and security. We need to bring the Baltics and Finland closer to the rest of the EU, not primarily, but also for military use. Troops and military equipment should be able to travel through the EU swiftly to ensure the defense of the European Union and NATO territory. This point becomes even more relevant as Finland and Sweden are joining NATO. We see how Ukraine struggles to export goods because it has a different railway gauge than its European neighbors. It is clear that within the EU, we need to move towards a single railway system with a single gauge. I'm saying this so drastically so that everybody understands the importance of this project. It is important for the three Baltic states, for Finland and for the EU. It is a true European project. The recent visit of the President of the European Parliament to RB Rail testifies to that. Yesterday, the transport ministers met and they discussed the revision of the regulation on the Trans-European Transport Network. They agreed on the map that you see on the screen normally. Yes. They still need to agree with the European Parliament before the regulation can enter into force. The red line that you see running through the Baltic states is the North Sea Baltic corridor I am responsible for. The violet line running in parallel is an entirely new corridor along the eastern border of the EU, connecting the three seas, Baltic, Black, and Aegean. This means that Rail Baltica will be a key infrastructure of two European transport corridors. This underlines the importance of the project. You might also see that the corridor was extended to Ukraine. Of course, I don't know when the section to Ukraine can be operational, but if it has a symbolic significance today, we will work on it because it will be tremendously useful for the reconstruction of Ukraine. For the reconstruction of Ukraine, funds will also have to be made available. But this is a different story and should stay unrelated to Rail Baltica. Because Rail Baltica is so important, the Commission can finance up to 85% of the railway infrastructure through the Connecting Europe facility. This information is probably relevant for investors and construction companies because it makes it a very safe project. Nobody can predict how the construction market will develop in the coming months, but I imagine that it could be good to have safe projects in the portfolio too. Ladies and gentlemen, this was my political assessment of Rail Baltica. It is an essential realization for the region and for Europe. I invite you all to submit good offers in price and quality in the upcoming tenders and to become part of this great project with huge Baltic and European significance. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Catherine. And I'll use my opportunity as a moderator to still ask also one question. And recalling indeed your Baltic visit that in September, that was traveled not only and visited not only partners in the three Baltic countries, but also in Finland. And now in this new context of the member state decision of yesterday. And I understand still that the legislative process of EU will continue. And I heard that there are approximately more than 1,800 amendments on the European Parliament side. So even with my experience on fourth railway package technical pillar, that seems to take some time, let's say. But therefore, in this context, what would be your and your as EU coordinator recommendations for the priority actions for Rail Baltica that we should focus already now?
I think that this phase is very, very important. We need a strong programmation of the main line, as this was said by the ministers, and we need also to see how we can prepare all the responses to the call for CEF financing support. CEF is the tool for financing big projects, and we now are in competition, if I can say, because big projects are more and more mature. So we know that Rail Baltica is a sort of big priority. It was the case before. It will still have this priority for Europe. And I want to assure you that I see with a quite optimistic view the next year in which the construction will begin more seriously, but also the main operations can be prepared and ready to be implemented until 27, because we need to finish the corridor in 2030 at least. So this is very important to have in mind. So the realization will be also, respectful of the delays if the quality of the operations is the common view and intention of RB Rail, the implementing bodies in the different countries, and also the companies coming in the tenders. So I'm sure that this is a unique opportunity And I see that now the credibility of Rail Baltica is ready to give confidence to all partners.
Excellent, Catherine. Thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity that you joined. Have an excellent day, and then we'll switch now to the project team. And we will start with Mr. Agnis Driksna, who is the CEO of the Rail Baltic joint venture, RB Rail, on actually the overview of what we have achieved in 2022, but also importantly, what's coming up. Agni, the floor is yours.
Good morning. Good morning, representatives of the industries. Good morning, our current suppliers or potential suppliers. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Rail Baltica family, warm welcome already to the annual Rail Baltica Industry Days. So today you will hear a lot of interesting information about the progress in all three Baltic countries. You will hear about the procurements which are already announced and what is coming. You will see also what and how you should be ready and preparing for the participating in the Rail Baltica, from the logistics, from the materials, from the construction sectors, and many others. But let me start with a very simple philosophy of Rail Baltica. And philosophy of Rail Baltica is very simple. It's all about connections. And first of all, it's very pragmatical connection with infrastructure. So it means that currently, three Baltic countries are lacking European gauge railway across and connection between themselves. So it means that with the Rail Baltica, we are creating 870 kilometers of the greenfield high-speed railway connection, interoperable with European railway network. And right now, we also see that this lack of infrastructure takes us almost 4 times to go from Tallinn to Riga. But with the new railway, the travel time will be cut in half. So for the passengers, design speed is 249, and for cargo, 120 kilometers per hour, which would allow for the passengers to reach, for example, Riga to Vilnius in less than 2 hours. Then, if we speak about the connections, you speak about places. Because Rail Baltica will connect also places, and first of all, capitals of 3 Baltic countries among themselves. It will connect different modes of transport, whether it's air, whether it's port, whether it's road, whether it's existing Russian gauge style or 1520 railway network. And above all, it also will give connections within the countries for the regions, and also this regional connectivity between the countries. Connection with economies. So it has been said many times that 3 Baltic countries have small economies. But with the Rail Baltica, we are building not only connection for the infrastructure and places, but we are connecting also economies. So they are bigger, they are growing in a one common European market. And that also will strengthen not only economy, but also the security. And then this security corridor has been emphasized by all 3 countries and by Madame Catherine Trautmann as well. Connection, what is one of the most important, is connection about the people. And here again, with the Rail Baltica and with this improved infrastructure, economies, and then connection to the places, we will connect also the minds of the people, that we are truly one Baltic region, we are truly Europeans. So it means also that cross-country and pan-Baltic approach, that we will have the similar mindset and the same values. And what is also critical importance, that is not only connection between the people in the Baltics. It's also really important, and we are starting to cooperate very closely also with Poland and Finland, ensuring that those connections are going beyond Baltics and they are common kind of connections and common vision of the people. And when we speak about the vision, it's all about the values. So it's not enough that we are connecting the infrastructure, places, economies, people, but we also need to connect values. I remember one of the previous industry days when somebody asked the question when we spoke about the best practices, what we are using, whether it's kind of Baltics or European. And in this sense, the answer is very simple. These values show that we have a common practices and common best approaches as the Europeans, where we value people, purpose and professionalism, which is in a core of Rail Baltica family in order to deliver the project. Of course, considering the geopolitical situation, it's about the values of transparency, respect of human dignity and human rights, freedom, democracy and equity. And just to complete this part, I would like to once more re-emphasize what Madame Trautmann said, that Rail Baltica is right now entering also in the new phase. And it means that no longer Rail Baltica is a wish, but it's an obligation to build Rail Baltica as a part of the wider European social, economical and safety space. And it also is a significant decision from yesterday that Rail Baltica is no longer only North Sea-Baltic corridor, but it's also becoming a part and connecting those three seas, which is the Baltic, Black and Aegean. Now, let me turn a little bit to the more practical things. I will not steal the spotlight of my colleagues, which will go and speak about the detailed progress in each country and the progress on the Rail Baltica itself. I would like to emphasize only three main points. So, first of all, about design and planning. So, currently, design is ongoing in 640 kilometers, and in many sections, we are already starting to complete it. What is important also is that for the remaining two sections, which is Kaunas-Polish border and Kaunas-Vilnius, we are continuing with the special plans, and already procurements for the designs is being launched. So, more than welcome to participate. And above all, also, it's about the planning and design and the synchronization with the rest of our partners and with the rest of the corridor itself. And the partner what we need to be kind of connected, it's Poland. And of course, that will be the key element for next years to come as well. Then if we go to the construction, I think that people in Baltics has noticed quite intensive construction works already in Riga, for example, or across around the Kaunas, or in Estonia, constructing viaducts and overpasses. But the key and the construction for the mainland will start next year. So it means that this year we are next year we are completing the designs, and we are going for the large-scale procurements for the construction of the mainline in all three countries. And in order to prepare for the construction, it is not enough that you have a construction company or you have launched the tender. It is very important that we are preparing for the construction works from the logistics side in order to ensure that those materials are delivered on the sites, as well as for the consolidated materials, so that we have what to deliver. Because Rail Baltica is unimaginable scale. So it means for Baltic countries, this will be a completely new experience for what we as a project developers, and even more important, you as the suppliers need to prepare now. And last but not least, emphasis is on the railway systems. So civil works will be followed also by electrification and signaling, and in order to achieve proper time schedule, we are preparing for that already now. It will be quite a journey, because we will procure signaling for all 870 kilometers. It means that we will be cooperating very closely among the Baltic countries and also with the European partners. It's always a question how much it costs, and do you have money, and do you have a commitment for financing. So let me give you very simple two kind of elements. One is already received financing. So first of all, in a previous MFF, from 2014 to 2020, Rail Baltica has received more than 1.2 billion euros. In the current MFF, which is 21 to 27, we have already successfully applied and received financing more than 150 million euros from the Connecting Europe facility, also co-financed with us 15% from national state budgets. We are continuing to applying, and already in this year's call, we are planning to apply up to 1 billion euros for the financing of the construction of the main line, and continuing also developing necessary infrastructure objects as the stations, logistics centers, and etc. And it is also important that this year and next year is a key milestone for the maturity of the project. And without a doubt, competition for the money in Europe is severe. But Rail Baltica is 100% committed and 100% sure that we are one of the most mature projects in order to receive this financing. But above all, we also need to understand that there is not some kind of miracle place where money comes from. And it means that we also will need to search alternative financing, especially for commercially viable objects. So this will be also the challenge for next years to come. If we look at the suppliers, and as I was speaking, this is truly a European project. And it also means that we are making partnerships with the national and Baltic companies together with the European companies in order to share those values and in order to make lessons learned from each other. And right now we have also already signed contracts for more than 1 billion euros with the suppliers. And these amounts are growing by the week, by the month, by the year. We also need to learn lessons in order for us to cooperate better. How the market is constructed in the Baltics, what are this global know-how which is coming that one. And in order to do that, we need to be open-minded. So Rail Baltica is all about the possibilities. And I would encourage every single supplier to come and seek those opportunities, because this is a great place to be. And last but not least, as already Catherine Trautmann emphasized, that this is a geopolitically strategic project. And there is no question that Rail Baltica needs to be completed. And that also gives this assurance not only to the Rail Baltica team, but also to the suppliers to be comfortable to come to Baltics and participate in this project. And I will conclude my part with 3 dates. So if we look from the project timeline, in 2023, so we are completing the designs and we are updating the delivery strategy, because this is very important for whichever angle you look. Then we are going for the market and encouraging market to be ready for the large scale of the construction works in order to prepare the materials, logistics, and all those elements which are needed. In 2023, we'll also start a new cost-benefit analysis. It will be updated one, considering what we know right now, considering completed designs, taking into consideration geopolitical situation, and also those values and mission of Rail Baltica. And last but not least, there are decisions which need to be taken now in order to ensure operations of the railway. So these key decisions also will be tackled during this year. Very simple. Next 4 to 5 years, there is nothing to add. Construction, construction, construction. With an aim that starting from 2027 to 2030, we can start the testing, validation, and start to putting into operations railway, section by section, in order by 2030, fully operational corridor between 3 Baltic countries and EU, so that people, goods can travel across the Baltics and beyond. So thank you. Thank you, everybody. And I wish for everybody to have a very interesting and exciting day. And I also have a pleasure to introduce one of our new members to the Rail Baltica family, I would say to the management team, Andri Leimanis, who has always been a beacon of the good corporate governance, ESG, so our new ESG officer. So welcome, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Agnes. Yeah, pleasure to be here. Yeah, let's see how it works. All right, ladies and gentlemen, sustainability. Sustainability really comes in so many different shapes and forms. There are different definitions, different meanings, different understanding of what sustainability really is. It differs around the globe, across continents, across organizations, and of course individual people. We all understand sustainability in a different manner. At the same time, here at Rail Baltica, we realize an important thing, that we are delivering this infrastructure mega project. It is a mega project for the region, for a much wider European perspective, for the century, maybe for centuries to come. So the answer to how to get it right really is sustainability. We realize that there is a huge financial burden. There are environmental aspects to be considered, and of course there will be burdens for the populations living around the construction sites. So what can we do about it? We have our strategy, Rail Baltica strategy. It has sustainability built into all the blocks. So the 3 blocks are why we deliver, how we deliver, and what we deliver. So let's look at the sustainability part of it. So under why, it is clear that Rail Baltica is a catalyst to reach the climate, sustainability and safety goals of the European Union. How we deliver, we definitely need to ensure the socio-economic benefits. There is no question about that. What we deliver, it is a climate-neutral, safe, interoperable, high-speed railway system. Then, as you already know, the project is delivered across 3 phases. The phases are design, construction, operating and maintenance. ESG best practices, we'll deal with those in a bit. ESG best practices are applied across the 3 phases. So ESG stands for E, socio, and for governance. E for environment. Firstly, on the Rail Baltica green vision. Rail Baltica does contribute to the EU-level sustainability goals, as already mentioned. It completes the trans-European transport network. It sees for the green and digital transition. And it helps doubling of the high-speed rail traffic by 2030, doubling of rail freight traffic by 2050 in Europe, as it is envisaged by the various European policies. On the planning side, there are a number of environmental aspects that need to be considered. There are those that are must, that go without saying, like the spatial planning, a strategic environmental assessment to balance the interests, defining the Rail Baltica route. There is EIA to avoid, prevent, reduce, and offset the significant impacts, adverse impacts on the environment. But there are others as well that we all must be considerable of, such as noise and vibration, animal migration, barrier effect mitigation, preserving natural conditions, landscaping, infrastructure resilience, and of course the various very specific requirements for the construction and later operational phases. We have started the large-scale infrastructure object construction already. We know that a couple of stations are being built. Here in central Riga is one. We know that there are certain requirements in relation to ecology, biodiversity of corridors, green landscaping, and local environment that need to be taken care of. We'll look for integrated environmental design, such as passive design, solar optimization, thermal, local climate responsive, and adaptive designs. In this time of energy crisis, one would say, energy efficiency, of course, goes without saying. It's efficient local energy and renewable energy design solutions that need to be implemented. On the economy life cycle analysis, sustainable whole life costing, value for money solutions need to be found and applied. On constructability, efficient construction options to minimize waste, amongst others. On the materials, material selection needs to minimize toxicity, and of course all the other aspects that are well known. In the construction side of it, so there are certain environmental requirements for the construction, and those need to be applied by the contractors. Just to name a few, there are requirements for construction site locations, construction works processes, obviously, construction site cleaning and waste management, water protection, noise reduction, dust control, soil management. All of these would help minimize the burdens on the populations living around the construction sites. Obviously, a monitoring of construction works for safety purposes as well. Then after the construction, there will be the operational phase. There are still decision-making, the still ongoing decision-making process for Rail Baltica operations phase, but still on the environmental side, there are a number of issues going on. A climate proofing study, proofing of climate neutrality, important issue. Zero environmental impact strategy implementation for operational and maintenance phase. Environmental management plan development on construction, operation, and maintenance phases. And of course, the sustainability strategy development. All of these ongoing. That was for E. Now let's deal with S. S stands for social. One would understand that delivering such a large-scale project is very, very difficult or nearly impossible without a large stakeholder base involvement. So if we want to be successful, we have to be successful at stakeholder management. Of course, the first and foremost is the society of our region, but also of a much wider European perspective. The communities, municipalities involved. Then, of course, the national policymakers, the EU policymakers. Then, of course, today is the Industry Day, so we have to recognize the importance, the huge importance to the project of the suppliers, of the employees, the national implementing bodies who do a large part of the work, and of course regulatory bodies and other strategic partners that are involved. So how do we do the stakeholder management? The first and foremost, the communication and relationship must be honest, fact-based, transparent. We have our common procurement standards and guidelines. This is for the suppliers to make sure that these are applied and always followed by. Knowledge sharing, cooperation in teams and across borders, very important. We are all, in fact, learning by doing. This is the first project of this kind in the region. We expect our suppliers and contractors to support the highest standards of human rights, obviously of labor conditions, the environment and anti-corruption. Health and safety, we strive for uniformity across the project. There will be a separate presentation for this, as it is a very, very important part of delivery. And responsibility for creating good working climate for the whole Rail Baltica team. This is part of ESG. Now let's see G for governance. On the governance side, any organization can always improve, and we are doing just that. We have asked external opinion, external assessment by the Baltic Institute of Corporate Governance to help assess us externally, understand what could be improved on the governance side, and there were a number of things, and we implemented all of them. So we amended their articles, we published a new code of ethics and conduct, important also for the suppliers to learn how our team works in delivery of the project. We have new supervisory board regulations, as the structure of the joint venture and of the whole project team is rather complex. There are risk management policy adopted, as well as a number of reporting standards like KPI performance, internal audits, risk management and such. The final slide here is on the summary of sustainability priorities for the next period, the next year. Obviously, strengthening the project coordination is a must, but we must do it with a focus on sustainability and ESG principles. Full completion and implementation of sustainability strategy is our priority as well. It will go throughout all of the phases of the project. Strengthening standardization, support and compliance. It is also one of the parts of ESG policy. And continued developing of Rail Baltica economic corridor as part of the wider European corridor. So finally, I have to say that we can only deliver the project if we all apply the best practices. ESG is developing as we speak across the continents, organizations, and understanding of the people. So continuous engagement of the project partners is so important. Stakeholders, super important, and we look forward to working with you on the project. Thank you.
Good, thank you, Henri. And here I think it's just an insight in the vast topic of ESG, and therefore it's good to have you as a dedicated board member on this topic in the project. But let's say from all the good things, and these are not just words, for each of them there are concrete activities being taken. And the reply most probably would depend on whether I ask this to an engineer, to a procurement person, or whatever, or different disciplines. But for you as ESG, what is the ultimate goal for Rail Baltic from your portfolio?
Yeah, good question indeed. Why do we do all of this, right? I think I like to look at it from a very holistic approach. There will be negative impacts all across the board, we know that. So ESG is the tool to help us minimize the negative and of course to boost the positive effects. And the positive effects is something that we look forward to. It is what is supported by our national governments, by the European government, so to say. So we are looking forward to boost the benefits and, well, eventually we arrive at this bright future. Thank you.
Good. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
And as promised, as mentioned also by Henri, one particular topic especially in a phase where large-scale construction works are approaching, is health and safety. And therefore, I have the pleasure to introduce Agnis Driksna, the health and safety manager here at RB Rail. Floor is yours. Oh.
Thank you, Girts, for very, very kind words and kind introduction. Good day to everybody, to Rail Baltica family and Rail Baltica friends. It is kind of struggle to put, for health and safety professional, to put something about health and safety in 15 minutes. It's not easy, but I'm gonna do my best that I can. In order to get the message across for health and safety in relation to Rail Baltica. And so let's look at a little bit of a bigger picture. So end goal of the project is having high-speed railway rushing through the Baltics, right? And what defines high-speed railway? The first thing, it's fast, and the second, it's safe. For me, if I need to prioritize those two things, safe comes first, and only afterwards comes fast, right? So now we have the time to go to this railway. Now what in between of now and then when we have this fast and safe train rushing through the Baltics? So we have design phase and we have construction phase. And we need to make sure that the construction phase and design phase also, both of them are safe. So now, as we talking about Baltics, let's have a look at the construction business safety in Baltics now. Now, looking at the statistics, and we can have some figures from 2019 and 2020, and all across the Baltics in lethal accidents, 37 people have been killed. And by saying killed, I say deliberately, because somebody didn't do his duty. Whether that was state, or that was employer, or that was supervisor on the field, or at the end of the day, that was employee himself, but still the end goal is the same. 37 people were killed over those 2 years. Now, if we look at the monetary kind of perspective, that over those 2 years, 31.5 billion euros were spent or turned over for construction. And then just, I don't like to put it in mathematical kind of way, but for each 950 million euros spent, that is one people killed, one construction worker killed in a field. This is not acceptable. That is clearly not acceptable. And if we do like a projection to our project, this is completely outrageous, right? We can't definitely do that. And by saying that, we need to think about the fact, why is that? And being into construction business for a considerable period of time, I can say that in average, construction companies here in Baltics, what they do is they comply merely with legislation. And that's it, compliance with legislation, and we're good. So going forward, I already mentioned that we're not going to accept that, and we need to do something better. So what do we do better? And we looking forward for some evolution of health and safety management in a project. And we understand that there is a huge impact of the project on a local economy and a local health and safety as well, so that we can have this pioneer kind of advancement in our field. Now, a little bit narrow down the story on Rail Baltica, and we see that our values and the things that we deliver are people, nation, linking people, nations, and places. And I really emphasize the fact that the railway is built for people, but that's done by people. Okay? Now, resources currently are invested quite a lot and significantly in design of the project, and in the future we're going to accelerate also the construction as well. But at the same time, we need to invest in people. And in people, in this point in time, in those people who are actually taking part in developing the project. So, yeah, we invest resources in people. It's not something probably that we do very much now, but going forward, we have significant plans to do that and make sure that safety is really becoming the top priority. And it's not just for our project, but in construction business in a region as such. So somebody would ask, all right, we have good intentions, what are our goals for health and safety? And that's non-disputable. It's 0 accidents. So that we saw in a couple of slides behind that the 0 accident, even if companies have it, it's not something that the local businesses can deliver. And to be honest with you, even without the large-scale construction in place currently, we have already had some accidents. But there is one trait that is common for all the accidents, at least for those that I have been participating in the investigations, and it stands for the fact that each accident, before it happens, it can be preventable. So basically, when an accident happens, we do the accident investigation, we dig down to the root cause, we look at the subsequent causes or intermediate causes, and we see that by just removing or managing that one single underlying cause, we would actually eliminate the accident at the end of the day. So with the full confidence, we can say that each accident is avoidable before it happens, and this is what we need to deliver. We need to work before accident, and if we can imagine the train, that we run ahead of a train, right? And we chase accident running in ahead of it. So, what's next? What do we do? So now we have clearly understanding about local situation, about the local mindset of health and safety, and we have our goal of 0 accident, which is fairly ambitious, right? And I already mentioned that we have had some accidents on the way, but at the same time, we have our vision, and we start with delivering kind of standard for health and safety. The legislation is still in place, and the legislation is a strong foundation that we build our health and safety management system on, but we go on top of the legislation. And on top of the legislation, we collect the best practice from Europe, best practice from the similar kind of projects, and we put together good practice and we put it in a standard of the health and safety. The standard that we have put together is a framework. It initially has built for tackling the issues on the construction sites, but we can also apply the standard by modifying it to DDD contracts, to material procurements and deliveries, and as Andrei already mentioned, that we have some other programs like anti-corruption and environmental, so that they work all across the project once we have framework in place. So now about the content on very brief manner. So the health and safety standard itself implies roles and responsibilities. And we work together as a team, even though when we look at the structure of the project, it's fairly complex. We have as a standardization body or unified kind of guideline body, we have Rail, and then we have national implementing bodies as well, and those are all allocated some responsibilities, and then we go down to construction companies, to supervisory bodies like FIDIC engineers and subcontractors as well. So everybody has been located their own responsibilities and deliverables. So contractors are expected to raise hand whatever there is any concerns in regards to health and safety, and hopefully that's going to be taken over in other functions as well. But this is what we see currently, what needs to be done, so that we kind of build that very open environment that everybody is free and everyone is free to raise a hand and say, hey, listen, we have a problem here. How can we fix it? Do we need some resources to put in? Or we just come together, do a brainstorming a little bit, and we come to conclusion and we fix it, right? So emphasis on a teamwork. So now about short term, what are we going to do and what's on a plate, so to say? We have standardized like framework for risk assessment and management of the risk. Then we have for next year or two, and I would say in the Baltics, and having all the experience of implementing the similar programs in the past, so we have to implement near-miss and safety concern reporting program, all through starting with Rail, going further to local implementing bodies and also construction companies, and beyond that. If we can imagine that everybody who passes by the construction site, being that the general public or tourists, they see, okay, that's probably not very safe what those guys do down there on a field. So they take a picture, they send it into to our platform, and we have full knowledge of what is going on. Through that, we foster the society also to play their role in making sure that this railway is built in a safe manner. The big one is operational leaders have their own dedicated health and safety responsibilities. Setting the KPIs starting from Rail Management Board and with local implementing bodies as well, so that leaders really run the course. They show the example. They, time to time, they show up on a field and they do their due diligence. So everything starts with the leadership, and especially in health and safety, whilst that's very, very much top-down activity. So, and health and safety culture has a strength as a result. So now, for the bit of a summary, really here, Rail Baltica Global Project main goal in a health and safety is 0 accidents. So all the upcoming standards and upcoming procurements and upcoming contracts will be guided by health and safety standard and focus on a teamwork and leading by example. And by leading by example, I mean senior people, whether that's Rail, that's local implementing bodies, or being that construction companies or subcontractors, their leadership is out in the field time to time, being their very busy people, but still time to time spending their time on a field and showing example and leading health and safety. Thank you.
Good. Thank you, Agnis, for your presentation. But of course, taking into account the scale of the project, that we will also touch both in the following presentations, but also in the post-break presentation from Mark-Philippe Elbeze. It is clearly, and put together with the statistics, the unfortunate statistics, it's quite an crash test, I would say, that we have to go through. And you mentioned also that this is an area where also Rail Baltica looks beyond the legislation, pushes the border, aims to establish new best practice that actually can be learned from also internationally. But for the Baltics, are there any specific recommendations, or how would you see that also strengthening the national legislations?
Okay, how much time do we have now?
3 minutes.
Okay,
Max.
so short version, and a short version is in a way so that we need to look at the best practices in the world. And now, and you asked the question about the legislation. So we have very, very prescriptive legislation. And the best examples in the world is goal-setting legislation. And what that means in actual fact is, so if you look at the Baltics here, once you get risk assessments done, instructions done, everybody trained, you collect your signature, you're good. And I'm looking from employer's perspective. So the employer, like, if we can embody somehow health and safety, he takes this ball of health and safety and hands over to employee, right? So employee now keeps this whole responsibility because employer has done his own due diligence. He has handed the ball over, and he's good. Now, whilst in a good practice, in a good environment, some ecosystems of health and safety, that's goal-setting legislation. So basically, you do whatever you do. You don't have so prescriptive legislation, but at the same time, the goal is one: make sure that people don't suffer, that they stay alive and they're happy and well-being is good, and you go further on. So basically, if you have accident in an environment where where's prescriptive legislation, you are brought to the court of law, and employer has done everything that he's supposed to be done, and then court of law will say, okay, good, the employee who suffered, he's the one in charge about that. But now in goal-setting legislation environments, whatever something happens, then in a large part, employer will be in charge. So that means that employer actually takes real care about his employees. I'm not sure I was very explicit, but that's the real problem if you look from a high level.
Good. Thank you very much, Agnis.
Thank you.
Good luck, I would say.
Thank you.
Full support.
Thank you. It was my pleasure.
And let's proceed. Yeah, and I'm also happy to see that we already have more than 1,000 online viewers. So that's excellent. And we proceed now with country-specific reports. Yeah, because the project family is wide, and indeed the work done also at national level not only should be recognized, but that is also something that we are truly proud of. And before giving the floor to the first speaker from Estonia, I would just like to recall that it is possible to use Slido and ask your questions. Yeah, after this country specific report part, we will sit down with the gentlemen and also enter into a discussion based on your questions. So for country-specific topics, this would be the time for you also to ask the questions using Slido. Hashtag Rail Baltic. But now it is my pleasure to give floor to Raido Kivikangur, the Chief Technical Officer at Rail Baltic Estonia, who has more than 10 years experience in the project and is responsible for planning, implementation and managing of all the project management activities in Rail Baltic Estonia. Raido, the floor is yours.
Thank you, and good morning or good afternoon from my side as well. And as said, we will start with the country-specific overview, what is the current situation, and we will start from the north, and we will start from Estonia. As the previous presenters have said, then we are not only finishing design stage and we're entering to the construction stage, then we are already in the construction phase. And from the Estonian point of view, then we have divided it into sub-projects, of course the main line, the passenger terminals, the freight terminals and all other supportive projects by the end of the day. What is actually quite significant and important to mention is that where are we at the moment. And as we are at the end of 2022, then it's a good time to look at the mirror and what is the situation today. As you can see that we have less than four weeks remaining this year, then we can already see that the investments we have done this year, they are a lot bigger than we have done in the previous years combined. And that's mainly due to construction contracts. And if we take a little glimpse at the next year, then you can already see that the next year the budget will increase more than half what we are expecting this year. So we are strongly on the construction phase, and the speed of the construction will increase within the next years. To go in more detail with each of the projects, then to start from the field, start from on-site, then we have already finished 8 construction objects regarding ecoducts, regarding road overpasses. And to add, then we have also completed 8 high-voltage crossings across the Rail Baltic project. These are the very first construction objects that are already being finished. The contracts will be finishing this year. If I continue with the point time objects, then the people who are viewing the presentations, you probably noticed that one of the previous presentations used the slide of or the picture of the Ülemiste terminal, and this is, I would say, the end point of this, or the start point of the project from the north. Then Ülemiste terminal is also already in the construction phase. This year we completed the 0 stage, and at the moment we have 2 ongoing procurements there as well. And if we are talking about the Ülemiste's passenger terminal, then we are talking about 1435 network, 1520, we are talking about the bus station and all other abilities to move. So this is going to be the connection point for different modes of modality. A couple of words about the Ülemiste project, then how we will proceed is that we have divided it into 4 main stages. As I said, the first stage is relocation of the 1520 existing network to make space for the Rail Baltica lines, and this tender is at the end of its course, and we're hoping to sign the contract within this year. And about the second tender that is ongoing at the moment, I fully encourage you all to participate. It's basically concrete works around 1520 and 1435 railway embankments, including tunnels, including access roads for the tunnels to enter them. So and we're planning to open the procurement at the beginning of next year. So today is the very right time to start preparing and presenting your offers there as well. And these 2 contracts are going to be one of the biggest contracts regarding the Ülemiste passenger terminal, and of course the terminal itself that will be launched within the second half of 2023. Continuing with the point-time objects, then as I said that the beginning and the end point for passenger is Ülemiste, then from the freight point of view, Muuga terminal is the other side, the end or the starting point. And as you can see that in case of Muuga, we are drawing 1435 network into the existing 1520 port, and the main idea is also to combine different gauges and different gauges within the port to be able for the operators to use different networks to increase the mobility and to increase the speed of the goods. In case of Muuga, we're having 3 stages on the project. The first stage, which consists of more or less again the concrete works, the level crossings and the intersections, then the plan is that we are going to launch this procurement hopefully this year or at the beginning of January. So that's the time scale, and its estimated cost is around 15 million. And the 2 other stages, which are the 1520 network relocation and building the Rail Baltica lines there, they are the 2 other stages also with estimated cost around 50 million. An important topic to mention is, as previous presenters said, that the design on the main line is still ongoing. Then the point-time objects, I'm talking about the terminals located on the tracks, about the infrastructure maintenance facilities located also on the tracks. They are highly dependent from the schedule of construction of the main line. As an example, that there is no point of starting to build this, for example, the local passenger stop today, finishing within 2 years, if we know that there will be some kind of years to come when we have the mainline railway construction. So the idea from our side is that we aim all the local stops at the same time where we are building the main line, and the idea is that when the main line is going to be finished, then in a similar time scale all the point objects will be finished as well. Pärnu passenger terminal as the second international terminal in Estonia, then as I said, the design will be finished this year, and we are starting the procurements hopefully in the 2024, also because this is mostly due during the delay of the main line design at the moment. And a couple of additional point objects from our portfolio. Then the other freight terminal located in near to Pärnu, we're also closing the project stage today, this year, and we're starting to build in a first stage as a material depot, we're planning to launch the procurement at the beginning of next year in January, in February, and this will act as an opportunity for the mainline construction companies to use it as a storage place. And the terminal itself, it will need a dependent decision how and when and on what conditions we will move forward with this. But as I said, it has to be ready as the main line construction will progress. About the main line itself in Estonia, then from our side, I would say the biggest news today is actually, I'm able to point the pointer here, that yesterday from here, yesterday we launched the very first construction procurement regarding the main line. It's 10 kilometers of embankment works, melioration works, bridges, all utilities related with the section. Superstructure, ENE and CCS are not part of the scope, but all embankment works are fully part of the scope. And within this year, we are also publishing another section. It's a bit shorter, but from Ülemiste to Soodevahe, we're also publishing this main line tender this year. So from our side, this is a significant milestone, because we are, in addition to the road overpasses, aqueducts and voltage lanes, we are already having the procurements for the main line as well. And of course, as the design will progress, we are fully ready to move forward with the other sections as the projects will be finished. And to point out a couple of last things, then as I said, substructure and superstructure are going to be in different contracts, at least with the first sections, as the velocity of the embankment works and the superstructure works are highly different. And to add up this point objects, then as I said, the local passenger stops will be constructed at the same time with the main line, and we have 12 passenger stations in Estonia. And the final slide from my side, just to put it in numbers, then we have a bit over 45 million contracts signed at the moment. We are having procurements at the moment, there are ongoing procurements, almost 136 million, and at the moment, in addition, we are preparing quite in a similar amount of procurements as we speak. And what our goal today is that next year at the same time we will have a construction portfolio around 267 million. So if we compare it with today, then quite a significant growth. But with these kind words, I would wrap up my presentation.
Well, thank you, Raido, indeed. And I think it's the industry day participants can only sort of sit and write down, yeah. But the presentations will also be available. But thank you very much. I would like to invite you to have a seat, yeah, because then we'll do the three countries and then have a look at the Slido questions.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and just recalling also on the opportunity to use Slido, use hashtag Rail Baltica, and ask your questions there. And now we proceed with Latvia, and the national implementing body in Latvia being Eiropas dzelzceļa līnijas, that will be represented by Agnis Driksna, the director of the project implementation department. And once again, congratulations for also gaining the award of project director in Latvia for 2022. Agnis, the floor is yours.
Thank you for the kind congratulations. Hello, dear viewers and ladies and gentlemen. I'm very honored to be here today. After many years I've spent on this project, it's my debut in Rail Baltica Industry Days, and I have a pleasure today to talk about the achievements of EDZL over the last year and our outlook for the future. Or to be more exact, last 8 years, because that's pretty much the age of our company, which started out as a startup run by 2 people. Special greetings here go out to our founding fathers, Mr. Kaspars Vingris and Mr. Agnis Driksna. But well, we have grown quite significantly since then, and not only today we are 70 people strong compilation of talent and capabilities and knowledge. Well, we are also the largest construction client in Latvia. We have currently already hold a construction portfolio of well, roughly 700 million euros. But this is obviously not the top of our ambitions and not the top of our achievements, since we believe we can do more and we are striving for more. And currently we are also holding the, as far as we know, largest construction tender in the entirety of Europe. The construction works for Rail Baltica mainline in Latvia, as well as we are working and progressing on the model of infrastructure management, since this is a function that was recently awarded towards us. If we look more or less on what we have achieved over the last year, then for the mainline sections at both of our international stations, I'm talking the Riga Central Railway Hub and the Riga Airport Station. Construction works are ongoing there for almost 2 years now. And by Christmas this year, we will have invested in construction works slightly over 100 million euros. That's 100 million euros, not in soft activities, not in studies, not in consulting, but physical construction works of Rail Baltica mainline in Latvia. Guys on site with shovels. Construction is not limited to that. We are working on the tender of Rail Baltica mainline. I'll talk about that more in details a bit later in my presentation, as well as, well, obviously designs. In terms of designs of local facilities for Salaspils intermodal railway terminal, for 17 regional stations in Latvia, and for the infrastructure maintenance facilities both in north of Latvia of Skulte and south of Latvia of Iecava. Design works are ongoing, and currently we are holding 12 million euros in terms of design consulting contracts into our portfolio as well. Together with all of that, we are progressing in the function of land acquisition, despite the rather difficult procedure we are facing in Latvia, despite a lot of technical details necessary for progress of the land acquisition. We have acquired all the necessary properties in order for construction phases to start where they're needed. There has never been a case where we couldn't progress with the construction because of land acquisition. The military mobility capabilities, that's a rather recent addition that we have included in our project as well. We have applied and successfully been granted the military mobility funding from the Military Mobility Budget 1, and that's a functionality that has already been included into our local facilities, and we expect to continue application for similar funding in the future. As well as recently granted changes in the legislation, the railway law of Republic of Latvia has been amended, and EDZL has been awarded the rights of infrastructure management role. And summarizing all of this up, I'd like to say that to everybody of my team of EDZL here listening, my sincerest gratitude and congratulations to all of you. To speak a bit more into particularities, Riga Central Station is the site that's commonly called, which is the Rail Baltica section, mainland section through Riga Central Hub, which is the one that we started first. And while looking in the hindsight, it has proven to be a wise choice. We learned many valuable and difficult at the time lessons there in a way of design management, stakeholder management, construction management, that has allowed us to set a showroom site in the middle of Riga in order to prove not only to citizens of Riga, not only to Latvian society, but to everyone interested that Rail Baltica, well, it's here to stay and it's going forward. I have a small compilation, a time lapse of a webcam that we set up for the site, and it might be slightly jiggedy since it's 700 days of construction compressed into a minute and a half video. Let's see how it goes. When we started working on the construction site, it was clear that the amount of utilities that need to be reconnected was significant. It's at the heart of Riga, but it was even more than we expected. Especially considering that we have to work exactly next few meters from working railway all the time that cannot be stopped, not for a single day. And every operation of every railway part and every operation of every street has to be ensured 24/7 every day for 2 years. We discovered and we removed a Soviet-era nuclear war bunker that was beneath the station in case a war broke out with the evil Americans. Well, the bunker is not there anymore, but it took a lot of work to progress. And when you see the middle of the year approaching, this is, end of the previous and beginning of this year approaching, this was when we really had set up the necessary area for the works to progress, for the works to commence. And since then, it has been pretty much straight playing field, and that's a common theme for construction in general. I will touch this later on as well, that once you set the ground rules, the construction from that point onwards is quite smooth and quite straightforward. It's like well, we sometimes compare it to a horse racing. Once the horse is on the track, the horse can run, and the horse in Rail Baltica Central section is already running for quite a good speed now. If we look at the progress that we are showing on the Rail Baltica mainline construction tender, then we announced the pre-qualification phase on 12th of November 2021 and have been working hard together with all the applicants and interested parties throughout the entirety of this year. We have received submissions for the pre-qualification on 1st of March, and on 12th of August we announced the results, and in 2nd of September announced the second stage. We are currently waiting for the prepared offers from the qualified bidders, and we expect them to receive in the very first days of next year, and we expect to sign contract in the first quarter of next year as well. Meaning we will have contractor in place. That means as soon as the designs start coming in, we are able to start construction of mainline well outside Riga. And by saying well outside Riga, I mean more than 60 building permits throughout the entirety of Latvia. Our current strategy is to start at the region of Iecava and to move southwards, since the design progress currently appears to be slightly better there. But the scope of the contract itself is 220 kilometers of new mainline high-speed railway infrastructure. Civil works, track works, everything. The same as our colleagues in Estonia, we haven't included in the ENE and CCS scope for obvious reasons. I believe we will have speakers concerning these procurements speaking slightly later in the presentation. We are aware that, the current geopolitical climate and current economical climate might be challenging for large-scale construction tenders, might be challenging for large-scale construction contracts as well, and obviously everyone is in trouble in these situations. Now, it's not only a contractor's problem, it's a client's problem as well. So we have addressed the problem in not only inserting the clause of indexation of price, but the clause of basket of indexation of prices. We have looked at every reasonably possible construction price index, and we have assembled them all together in, quite a complex formula you can check out for yourselves. But in this way, we believe that indexing each type of specific group of materials or each type of specific group of factors separately, we can mitigate the impact done by a bubble in one part or bubble in other part of the market, or the problem of general supply problems or general inflation problems in the construction as a whole. We have shown this to the market, and we have received, actually quite a positive feedback, since the market believes that it's a fair, balanced risk approach, and we believe that as well. But to everybody else, it's a signal that despite the challenges that we are facing, the economy globally is facing, the construction will go on. And regarding the previous address done by Ms. Trautmann, that the deadline for Rail Baltica shall be no later than 2030, we believe it's not only feasible, it's also can be superseded. Seeing the progress that we have shown on the construction tender and seeing the readiness that we have achieved in terms of constructing mainline, we believe that gradual operations of Rail Baltica, at least some part of it, can be started as soon as late 27. And that's actually a thought I'd like to slightly wrap up with. I was previously, when I showed the Jiggity video, the Jiggity time-lapse of how we're doing in Rail Baltica Central section, we quite often compare, at least internally, construction process to a horse racing, and there are two very different sets of activities you need to do. You need to bring the horse to the racetrack, and then you need to let the horse run. Well, as you saw previously in the timeline, we have been working for, I don't know, a year and a half or even more, and we'll be working for quite some time to bring the horse to the racetrack. And the horse will be able to run very, very soon. We believe that every problem that the project is currently facing is overachievable. We believe everything is solvable, and the only limitation that will limit the speed, how soon we can sit in a train, how soon we can drive from Riga to Vilnius or to Tallinn, will only be limited by the rate of available funding, since everybody in both EDZL and the greater Rail Baltica family is working hard every day to make this a new reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Einar.
I'll have a seat as well.
Yes, excellent. Thank you very much. And then we proceed with Lithuania, where I would like to invite Dovydas Palaima, who is the General Manager at Rail Baltic Management in LTGI Infra. Dovydas, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Honorable guests, officials, dear partners and associates, I'm Dovydas Palaima, the new manager of a Rail Baltica project in Lithuania. And I'm really happy and it's my pleasure to be here today and discuss with my associates whom I just met about the progress we have made in our countries. So first of all, let me go through the Rail Baltica scope in Lithuania. Then I'll have a short look on implementation status. And then I'll revert to the national plans with regards mainly procurements. I just don't see the slides here. Sorry. Yeah, so short notice about Rail Baltica project scope in Lithuania. Basically, the whole project in Lithuania is split into 4 geographical sections. First one going from Kaunas to Latvia, from Kaunas to Poland, and from Kaunas to Vilnius. It's worth to mention that Kaunas note is also excluded as separate geographical section due to its complexity and already existing multiple intersections with existing infrastructure. What we are up to in Lithuania, we are up to have more than about 400 kilometers of a main track, 3 transportation hubs, then 3 international passenger stations, accompanied by 15 regional stations and 2 airport stations. Added to this, we'll have 2 intermodal terminals and 2 infrastructure maintenance facilities. It's worth to emphasize that in Lithuania we are entering the intensive construction phase. Due to this fact, we are consolidating our resources as well as we do execute multiple, let's say, assignments and multiple processes in parallel. I would say we are learning on the fly and are expanding our own team substantially over the next 2 years. We will grow probably tenfolds. Construction works already started in Kaunas-Latvia border section with regards to the construction strategy. As you can see, the line is mainly divided into 2 design sections, whereas every design section is still divided in 4 design priority sections. Now, going into the detail with Kaunas-Latvian border line, where we have reached so far the highest level of maturity. It should be noted the spatial planning procedures, land acquisition procedures are completed. Design phase is still ongoing. However, as mentioned before, we have entered the intensive construction phase, and already 80 kilometers of access roads is established. We have begun and launched the construction of the largest bridge in the Baltic states. This construction has already started. Still this month, we will sign contracts for construction works of 28 kilometers of embankment, and we'll announce the tender still this month for another 48 kilometers of construction works. Going into more detail in terms of contracting, as was said before, you can see we have in DPS 2 and DPS 3, we already entered the contracting phase, and in DPS 1 and DPS 4, we have tenders under initiation, which will be announced in the nearest months to come. Being even more precise about our procurement plans, it should be noted that under current dynamic procurement system, we will have, as mentioned before, 2 tenders, even 3 tenders announced. So this refers basically to lines number 2, 3, and 4. What's so more to mention here that about a few months ago we announced the new dynamic procurement system for about more than 100 kilometers of embankment and related structures with a total value of more than 1 billion euros. And we are highly inviting all the relevant market players to submit their qualifications. Going further, we are entering the Kaunas Polish border section, where special planning procedures, tenders for land acquisition and tenders for design services are still ongoing. These are expected to be finalized in the first half of 2023, and the construction readiness for construction works should be attained at 2025. So far, we have no relevant new tenders foreseen for this section. However, as mentioned before, ongoing procurements will be developed further. With regards to the implementation status in Kaunas Vilnius section, situation is more kind of alike like in the Kaunas Polish border section. Spatial planning procedures, land acquisition and design services tenders are still ongoing and are planned to be finalized within the first half of 2023. The construction stage is in this geographic field section foreseen for 2025. Talking about procurement plans in this section, we have still this month, we will announce the design tender for Vilnius urban node. Referring to Vilnius, it's also worth to mention that Rail Baltica is not just changing our socio-economic environment in our countries, but also has a practical value in our cities and is changing our landscapes. And what's worth to mention that what we are very proud of in Vilnius, we have a Vilnius Connect project, which is interrelated with Rail Baltica, and we already have a first place of architectural competition winner. And it's, what would be frankly saying, that without Rail Baltica, this, I would say, transformation wouldn't happen so fast. Referring to the Kaunas node, as I said, it's one of the most complex nodes in our whole Rail Baltica project. We have spatial planning procedures, tenders for land acquisition and tenders for design services ongoing, which should be finished in the first half of 2023. What distinguishes Kaunas node from, let's say, other sections that we already have first stage of construction works finalized some time ago, and we already have operational Kaunas intermodal terminal, which is connected with European railway gauge. Further construction works developments are foreseen as of 2025. Referring to the procurement plans in Kaunas node, we are up to announce also this month the design tender for railway infrastructure in Kaunas station territory. So as you can see, this month should be quite fruitful for Rail Baltica in Lithuania. Finally, what's worth to mention, we had an overview of the main line, but also we have local facilities. By local facilities, we mean regional station, IMFs and Panevėžys node. In all these sections, spatial planning procedures are ongoing, and we are evidently approaching the design stage, where part of the tenders is already announced and another part is under administration. Gradually, construction works in local facilities are planned to commence as of 2025 as well. Well, again, in December, with regards to local facilities, we have to announce 2 tenders, both for designs, one for infrastructure maintenance facilities and another one for regional stations in Vilnius, Kaunas section. Now, what's more to mention here is that we all are thinking about Rail Baltica as a future project, right? The future backbone of our transportation systems. However, we shouldn't forget what we already have an operational line, and it's bearing its fruits, and we can see early added value it delivers. So we have Kaunas intermodal terminal connected with Poland, with the European Gorge, whereas it became the access for intermodal freight services as well as serving for the new routes and new business opportunities for our market players. Moreover, it empowers military mobility, and regular passenger services are on the agenda between Lithuania and Warsaw. What's most to stress, we're really doing our best from our side to prepare and to commence all the tenders in an appropriate manner. However, what we are also noticing that there is a bit of a lack of proactiveness, I would say, from the market players. So, dear market players, dear potential contractors, we are highly encouraging you to be proactive, to follow our information and to address us, to consult us, and actively take part as in our tenders, as in announced acquisitions. We are really inviting you to be proactive and don't wait until we will approach you. Thank you.
Good. Thank you, Dovydas. I would like to truly thank for the presentation and also for the invitation. That's definitely also one of the aims of this event.
I hope it will work.
Good. Let's use whatever helps.
Right.
And then we join it is a mini panel, sort of Christmas almost tea party. But here we will use the questions that have come in from Slido, but then to kick off and also covering some of the usual suspects, I would say. And one question to Raido, and then let's start with you. How's the situation with the Finnish tunnel?
That's always one of the questions that we'll ask, but the situation is where it is at the moment. I would say it's a couple of steps behind the Rail Baltic project. But in our terms, if we are talking about technically, then we haven't outruled the future opportunities for the tunnel. We have alternatives where the tunnel could be added when it will take its place. But yeah, at the moment, I would say that we haven't shut any doors. We have let them open, but yeah, it's probably 2 or a bit more steps behind our project.
Good. So, just to confirm that we are not yet building it, right?
Not yet.
Yeah, not yet. Good. For Einar, and of course, this time lapse, I think, very nicely reflects the progress that has been taking place, and you mentioned from one side there's also physically, from one side there's operating railway, from the other side it's the Ministry of Transport. Yeah, but perhaps not on that point, but still also engineering-wise. Yeah, what is the most interesting element or your takeaway or experience in this complex structure in urban environment?
I mean, engineers are funny people. The things that we found interesting is usually the things that other people find difficult. So what is difficult to do for us or challenging for us, it's what gathers our interest. But what I wanted to answer in this regard is, well, there's many things. If you need to build a completely new high-speed railway through middle of existing built dense city, nothing of that is easy, to put it mildly. But I'm a bridge engineer by trade, so my congratulations here goes out to the engineers designing the new bridge across Daugava River in Riga. Well, there were a lot of limitations regarding the bridge, specifically the height of the bridge above the water, the height of the bridge structure itself, so it doesn't shadow the existing one, and so on and so on. It was very challenging to design the bridge. I think they've done a very, very good job at that.
Good, thank you. And Dovydas, without doubt, on Poland. Yeah, also in the context of the Transport Minister Council decision yesterday, and now including the Rail Baltica also in the so-called 3 Cs, yeah, the Baltic, Black and Aegean Sea corridor. The cooperation with Poland is of particular importance. I know that from the global project perspective, yeah, we are also cooperating on systems, etc. But from your perspective, as let's say the direct physical connecting country with Poland, how's the cooperation?
Yeah, so first of all, what I just said, we already have a functioning line with Poland.
Yeah.
And of course, we are coordinating our actions with our Polish counterparties and trying to do everything to have this, let's say, line which would be with high speed and double track as soon as possible. What's more to stress here with our interaction with the Polish counterpart is interruptible, and we are coordinating our actions on all levels. That includes ministry, includes LTG Infra and Rail Baltica and other associated bodies. So Poland is definitely one of the, I would say, major directions, because without Poland, Rail Baltica will not function if we would go from north to south or from south to north. So it's definitely the vital part of our track, and we are working very closely in order to establish it as soon as possible and coordinating our actions with our Polish counterparts.
Indeed. Thank you. No, good. Let's have a look at the Slido questions. One of the favorites is human resources. I will add some touch to this. Quite surely and evidently, enormous amount of construction works is coming up. Yeah, Mark Philip also will speak it after the coffee break. But on the human resources, will there be sufficient workforce? And Dovidas, perhaps.
You mean a workforce in our office?
No, we live on dream and inspiration, of course, but well, I think also on the contractor's side.
Yeah, I get what you say. I think it all refers to planning. That's what I said. We are inviting market players to approach us as sooner in order for us to have a proper planning and a proper communication, and in this way to reach the highest level of effectiveness in implementation. So due to that, we need to really concentrate on the planning, know the market scope, know what players do we have, know what kind of possibilities we have, and this put in line with our building plans.
Yeah.
So basically it's all about planning, nothing special.
Colleagues, something to add?
I think the workforce itself, the question of workforce, it's a little bit simplification, since in major construction projects it's a little bit more complex in that sense. Well, okay, you need many guys on site with shovels, to speak broadly, but those guys to work, they need their shovels and their sand delivered. So the construction itself, it's a large and complex mechanism that with sort of entangles a lot of industries outside the site itself. So we're not only here looking at a workforce problem, we're looking at a general industry capacity across sets of many industries. And here we see good signs, since due to effects of COVID, due to effects of the war, well, there's a sort of economic slowdown in the Baltic region. Estonia was slightly harder hit than Latvia. Lithuania is still doing okay, but the growth is not there. And well, what we saw in all of our presentations, I mean, it's evident that starting from next year, in all 3 countries, Rail Baltica will be a considerable driver of at least some sectors of economic activity. So we see that the economic activity has the capacity to be there. Regarding the workforce itself, well, the mainline construction or railway construction in general, it's a heavily mechanized process. It's not one guy driving a wheelbarrow. It's a lot of sets of heavy machinery, and the productivity lies in the level to which you can mechanize your works, not how many people you have on site particularly.
Good. Redo?
Yeah, just to add up to Einar said that, yeah, we know that we do not need to look only the railway market, because, for example, the embankment works, is it the high-speed railway or is it the high-speed highway? Actually, they're quite similar. The market is similar. And also, in case of Estonia, we know that within the next years, the investments to the road construction, they will decrease. They will be a lot lesser than they are today. So from that point of view, I would say that we will add up the market, that they have still work, that road construction companies do not need to sit around, wait for better times, but railway will help on difficult times.
Good.
Well, to add to your comment, it's very, very correct, but in Lithuania we are facing increased competition from our road colleagues, so basically, yeah, that's true. That's why we need to coordinate our actions, not just within our scope, but also within,
of course,
other industries.
A mini follow-up question already to Einar's on the station construction, that many unplanned utilities appeared during the process. How is that solved with the designers and contractors?
No, it's not. Okay, I can answer. It's not really that they were unplanned. When the site investigation started, our contractor did a very, very thorough work. They not only checked the existing topographical plans and topographical mappings, they opened every manhole to see every utility and measured where it goes throughout the entirety of site. When we did the planning on the works before we signed the contract, our assumptions on the time necessary to relocate the utilities were, okay, well, maybe slightly over-optimistic, but when we signed the contract further on, the utilities has not been the largest problem. The scope of the size and the size of the site, that's something that we a little bit struggled initially, since, well, you know, to build a new railway, again, it's not something that you and your contractor do by yourself. There's a lot of involvement from the institutions, and the sheer volume of the deliveries that we brought on their table, well, it was a surprise to everybody.
I hope it's fixed.
Everything is working.
Good. Then another question. Can you share your experience with partnerships between local and international companies? Yeah, I think in most cases, yeah, there's some kind of consortium of locals together with internationals, yeah, combining the expertise, or let's say filling or ensuring the full package of expertise needed. Would anyone like to share?
I would start. There are probably many levels, starting from the easiest one, that when we have different people from different nations, then what is the existing time frame what we are operating. We have had some funny incidents that we agree on meeting, and the guys from the Central Europe, they have some kind of other time zone, and they don't meet on the meeting. So actually starting from this to how you build a bridge in Estonia, Latvia and Lithuania, it's a bit different how you do it in Spain, in Germany and in France. And these day-to-day discussions during engineers, during project managers, this actually, there is very many hidden agreements that we don't see, but actually this, that what do we mean by our comment, what do they understand it, and this is actually where the heavy lifting is being done. And if we look at out from the engineering point of view, then of course the legal concerns, what do we mean by this contract point, how do they understand? So this is something that it will take time, it will take a huge amount of time during the construction, for sure. So the legal point of view, the engineering point of view would be the main things that pop into my mind from the everyday life.
Common understanding even, right?
Yeah, of course.
Einar, and you mentioned that the cases in Latvia, right? 20 partnerships, I think, right?
No, I was talking about stakeholders.
Yeah.
Stakeholders, but well, in our opinion, in our experience, partnerships between foreign and local contractors or consultants are the ones that work best. Perhaps it's a message to the international market here about what the people in Baltics are. We're in general very precise, very exact, and very straightforward. And what is said is done. And according to that same understanding, also the legislation and the formalization of our construction process is organized. We have quite clear and straightforward written rules, and everybody follows the rules, but the amount of rules in general is slightly more than you would expect from maybe some other Western European countries. And the way how you cast concrete into false work, it's the same whether you cast this concrete in Baltics or in Germany, but the amount of permits that you need to do to get there, and the way how you get these permits, well, it's a slight local speciality, and in this we believe that the help of local partners is evident.
Yeah, so just added to your comments, colleagues, all these, let's say, cultural differences, we find it as a colorful, addition to our daily joy. However, it's worth to mention that all international partners we have, basically, they have local subcontractors. So anyhow, they have some kind of translators to what you said. For foreign large players, it's important to understand what you said, that we might consider Baltic states as, well, one region, right? But if you would look closer, there are substantial legal differences in some cases. Yeah. And what works in Lithuania can't work in Latvia, or what works in Estonia can't work in another two countries. So it's very important to understand for international players that still this is a single project, single market, right? But some legal issues do exist, and it's very important to have local translators or subcontractors which might lead you away and help you to navigate through all these, let's say, peculiarities.
Indeed, and let's say also from seeing at a global project level, indeed, yeah, that is the best combination. But of course, yeah, the homework needs to be done.
But if you're asking about substantial differences between local and international players, I might say there aren't any. Problems are the same.
Good.
It's not a problem, but
however,
but it's I'd say more than a bonus for contractors, especially the level of design that they will receive at the from the consultant in general is more detailed than you would expect in Western Europe.
Good, and I know that, and it both works on both ways. Being a supplier or a consultant in Rail Baltic, that is a nice point on your CV. Yeah, so also thinking strategically in long term, both for the Baltic companies, but also for the internationals. Yeah, because of the specific nature and the unique nature of Rail Baltic, go for a nice point on the CV. Good. A little bit on a different topic, but it pops up in several points on the employees within Rail Baltica. Yeah. How we, and I think that is a question to all four of us, or let's say the companies in the project delivery organization. Yeah, do we plan to attract? What expertise do we look for? And also, do we look for international expertise? And I can say that in RB Rail, yeah, I'm quite sure that there's at least 10 plus nationalities already working. Yeah, there's evidently, and I think it's also, as Dovydas mentioned, on the expertises, yeah, that for example, there are some that are excellent and also sufficient and we can cover it with the Baltic resources already. And then there are some, especially for the railway systems, yeah, the consolidated materials, yeah, where perhaps we lack the expertise in the Baltics, and therefore also on our team there are international partners and colleagues already on board. Yeah, but and how to find where to what are we looking for? I think it's go on railbaltic.org. Yeah, it's also linked with each of the national implementing body web pages. Yeah, and I think the information is easily to be found. But perhaps some other points.
We're almost constantly hiring.
Yes.
And we have international colleagues working in our company as well, and probably this will be the case in the future. So yeah, there's follow what Jirdzis just said, and you'll be fine.
In Lithuania, as mentioned, we probably will grow tenfold within the next 2 years.
Yeah.
Whoa.
And basically, we are concentrating on project managers and engineers because we are entering the intensive construction phase, and that's where we need to really have our stronghold and do processes effectively. However, referring to the international expertise, which we might be lacking in the Baltics, yeah, definitely we see these kind of spots, and one of those could be expertise in high-speed railway, which we don't have because we don't have such experience, we don't have such specialties. So this is just one example where we are, or where we might approach international market for international expertise at this point.
Just one additional comment. Of course, we need international know-how within the project for sure. What we have also experienced is that 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 people who have left their home country for 10 or 15 years ago, they have the knowledge, the passport says that they're Estonians, for example, and they're coming back because the project is within their home. So also, in addition to get the national experts, we have also already having experience that the talents are coming back home, contributing to the project. So that's also one additional side to mention.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you for raising this, colleagues. On a, I would say, on quite a different dimension, where did it go? The connecting railway services to the local and regional public transport. What's the plan? Yeah, so we are of course focusing on construction and also, as Agnis mentioned in the introduction point, we need the infrastructure as the basis. But we can also not forget what's happening around to build and then develop the economic, the security corridor. So thinking on let's say integrating Rail Baltica in the transport system in the Baltics.
Well, the regional stations that we are now designing, well, they're not really stations, they're local mobility hubs, and they are, the design task that's given to the consultant, it includes not only the station itself, but the surrounding area that would include what we currently believe to be the necessity for, or the needs for the future mobility, meaning the public transportation, the micro-mobility tools, and etc. So that's the infrastructure will be there, and then the question is how to integrate that into the local mobility vision for the municipality, and there I believe not only the implementing body responsibility, but also commonly RB Rail and the municipality itself comes into play, since we will have to find agreement on how to make this work, how to make sure that people from bus transit system can step onto the train and get to Riga or from Riga easily.
Yeah, just going for what you said, it's not also about regional stations, but about intermodal terminals, as well as infrastructure maintenance facilities. And the same as my colleague said, we actively approaching municipalities and talking with but actually municipalities are quite actively coming to us, because whenever we get knowledge that something will happen, of course it might be a game changer even if it's a very small municipality. So we also trying to be proactive and have a close relationship with municipalities in order to coordinate our actions with our infrastructure and with their plans, what we are planning to do and how we are planning to do.
Yeah, just because the very heavy lifting has to be done also by the local municipalities who are responsible for the specific regions, and from our experience, actually the local municipalities are very keen in developing the infrastructure across the railway, and also one of very important topics that we're not going to the local municipalities or the private owners that we need your backyard to build a railway. We're saying that we need it, but there's a station from, I don't know, 5 kilometers, 1 kilometer from you, the local municipality, and with us in cooperation we will see where the bus can stop, where it can turn around, where you can put your bicycles, all these details, and this is where the interaction comes. And in Estonia, the detailed planning is the tool where you can solve all the questions that how to integrate the stop within the surrounding area.
And then I will complete our discussion with a little bit tricky or sensitive question on are the Baltic states, and then you also mentioned the municipalities, are we ready for large-scale construction?
We are already doing it. I mean, like I said, by Christmas this year, we will have built around 100 millions of Rail Baltica. I think that's the proof is in the answer, yes.
Good.
I would also say that we are ready, we're waiting for it. There are many things that will need extra attention. For example, local roads.
Yeah.
When we're starting to draw materials from one place to another, the local roads will be a topic for sure, if you ask the question. But I would say we are ready, and the cooperation is the key with all aspects. That we need some kind of agreements, local general agreements with the people who will be affected. So this is gonna be the key point.
Good. Dovydas?
Well, the same as colleagues mentioned, we are not ready. We are doing that already. I mean, we are already entering the intensive phase of construction works. One of the, I would say, my biggest concerns are how to interact in a proper manner with the market players in order for them to be ready to approach us and to be ready to deliver. That's where I see the tricky thing, and basically for that we need more closer communication or some new scheme of interaction, how we can do it.
Yeah.
It's not about that we are ready or we are not. We are ready. I'll just revert to the same issue. It's planning. That's all.
No, good. Gentlemen, thank you very much. We, of course, need to work on women in rail. This is my second panel in 2 weeks, only railway men, but of course, thank you very much for joining and also for the presentations. By the way, on the presentations and the materials and also the videos, and I heard that the interest is so high that on some of the social formats it's sort of not going smoothly, but so it will be available on the project website, the railbaltic.org. I'm quite sure that also in other sources, but so the video, the recording, the presentations, also answers to the Slido questions. So that's as a nice package also for after the today will be available online. Good colleagues, thank you very much. We take a slight coffee break until 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock Riga time. What is it? Standard?
I think it's 12.
12, right? So okay, we'll say it differently. In 40 minutes we meet again. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Good. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Rail Baltica Industry Day, an event dedicated specifically to engage directly with between the project partners as well as the suppliers, both existing and those interested to join the Rail Baltic. In the morning session, we heard the welcome addresses from the political leadership of the 3 Baltic countries, as well as the EU coordinator for the North Sea Baltic Core Network Corridor, Madame Trautmann, confirming not only the continued support for the project, but also the expectations for its strengthening and enforcement. Even more, as announced yesterday in the Transport, Telecom, Energy Council in EU, that all EU member states endorsed an agreement where Rail Baltica is included not only in the North Sea Baltic Core Network Corridor, but also in the so-called 3 Seas, the Baltic, Black Sea and Aegean Sea Corridor. Yeah, that of course highlights the geopolitical strategic importance to deliver the project. The event, just to recall, is streamlined in the project official site in forum.railbaltic.org, also on our accounts in LinkedIn and Facebook. The materials and also the recordings will be available also after the Industry Day, but in any case that doesn't mean that you don't need to listen carefully. Even more, you have an opportunity to engage with the speakers directly using Slido application, using hashtag #RailBaltic. And now on proceeding with the afternoon session, and still before the coffee pause, in addition to this political part, we also heard the presentations of the joint venture CEO, who confirmed, let's say, or gave insights in the progress of 2022, also what's coming in the next years. Then there were 2 additional presentations, one by the new management board member at RB Rail dedicated to ESG, and also the plans in that respect, as well as a dedicated presentation on health and safety. That, of course, approaching large-scale construction phase becomes of particular importance. And then we had a nice, not only presentations on country-specific reports, what has happened, the progress reached, and what is coming, yeah, with a strong invitation to follow up on the upcoming procurements and get ready for large-scale construction works, both of point-type objects, but also the main line. And then also a question-answer panel discussion still before the coffee pause. So good. That has passed. Coffee has been, the batteries have been charged. So let's proceed. And here, of course, despite the sort of individual countries, yeah, it is of particular importance that the project is implemented as one. And therefore, I have a true pleasure to invite to the stage Mark-Philippe Elbeze, with the Chief Technical Officer at the Rail Baltic Joint Venture, on a presentation on preparations for large-scale construction from the global project approach. Yeah, and with your more than 40-year experience, I think you are definitely the person who to speak about this subject. Mark-Philippe, the floor is yours.
41 now, getting old. Bonjour à tous. No, don't worry, I will do it in English. So I will talk to you about what are the challenges due to a large-scale construction project. And the challenges are multiple, and I will deceive you starting with, I don't have a magic formula to solve it. There is no magic formula. If I had one, I would have made a fortune with it. It's just to deal with the fact, and the facts are driven by the people, the process and the tools. I have to start with the fundamentals. That means large scale means that we have multiple people, we have multiple culture, and they need to be coordinated and united under the same objective. Same objective was mentioned this morning. We have developing and finalizing the new program, and the program leading all the different participants under the same picture. Later on, for the contract in CCS and ENA for the system. More importantly, it will be the backbone for everybody to understand what the others are doing and what is expected from them. And the challenge for large-scale construction is having the competent people uniting them under the same processes, the same rules, and obviously using the same tools, avoiding to have to convert from one format to the other, and having single repositories that can be used later on and transferred to the infrastructure manager. Difference of culture is very important, not only for the participants, that means the family, Rail Baltica family, with the joint venture and the implementing body and beneficiaries, but also for the purpose of this meeting today, for the industries that will join us. And I will explain you very briefly and very basically what does it mean, and sharing the same culture and the same tools. Material, and again, I was listening this morning about the optimism regarding the capacity of all the company to get the material and to build on time, and anticipating that the market will solve all our problems regarding logistics. I'm a bit more doubtful, and I think that Rail Baltica must anticipate, has to anticipate, because the material and the logistics, due to the quantities, due to the distances, it's a long project, 870 kilometers to build, but at least from Tallinn to the Polish border, there's 650 kilometers. For the scale of Europe, I'm not talking about China, but for Europe, it's a big project. And distances and the quantities will be also the constraint on this project. Quantities and the distances that you move all around the Baltic are creating also pollution, and this is why also the rail alternative to be green, as we want to be, is also a proposal. Simple. You look in the middle, we will not reinvent the wheel, we will use existing standard. Why are we using existing standard? It's because it's a common language in Europe, that's the rules that everybody can understand and everybody can apply. And also, when you know that others are following the same rules than you know exactly where they stand in their process of development. If they say, I am the system, I'm at the part in apportioning, for example, the system requirement into subsystem, you know exactly what documentation and what kind of readiness is there. So what I'm showing here, it's in the middle of this big circle, you have I can point something? Yes, you see that the very typical one, that what we call the V cycle in European standard 5126, which is the common approach for developing a railway. Common approach that is applicable obviously for the system, CCS, CNA, but also for infrastructure. Directive European is telling us that infrastructure, TSI infrastructure, are also part of the subsystem of the railway subsystem. We have obviously the rolling stock and the human factor, but that typically the methodology that we follow very strictly to explain internally and externally what is expected from us in terms of development of processes and procedure, and also for others in terms of demonstration of their readiness and for their deliverable. What I'm highlighting is that infrastructure for facilities that were mentioned, we call that also point type object. For the main line, we have also the rolling stock, which is one component of the railway. We have the CCS, Control Command Center system, ENA for energy, and human factors. Human factor is also a key element in a railway, not only during the normal operation, but mainly during degraded operation. So they need to be trained, we need to develop the procedure, and we have a shadow operator on board. The idea of this slide is to explain that all of them needs to follow the same logic. That means the step-by-step approach of developing this project must be followed by everybody. If they don't follow the rule, they are somewhere where nobody knows exactly where they stand in terms of delivery, in terms of readiness, in terms of integration. Because this multiplication of a different, at least the scope of work, you noticing this morning that for infrastructure mainline, for example, there is an intent in Lithuania to have 8 contracts. So they need to be integrated. There is also in Estonia potential of more than 15 contracts working in parallel. Hopefully they will work exactly according to the same rule, but let's be better in ensuring that at least in the contract templates that we are developing, we force them nicely to document and to process according to the input and the data that we need to collect and integrate to demonstrate the consistency of this project. So common engineering process, again, we are not reinventing the rules, and all this V-cycle is driven by the management of requirement. We have a concept, then we look at the system definition, what we want to achieve, then we have the risk analysis, then we have the system requirement. And we are, as Rail Baltica, owner of this system requirement. And then we develop into subcontract for subsystem requirement. And then they're obviously broken down into contracts, in multiple contracts in the different countries. So common engineering process, managing requirement, managing configuration, managing change, managing interfaces, managing integration, managing verification and validation, but ensuring later on the testing and commissioning and the validation and the approval of this system. Common delivery plan. What I call delivery plan is what is very common in the life cycle of the project that you see here. How do we design? How do we procure? How do we construct or manufacture? How do we test? How do we integrate? How do we approve? So that's the delivery plan that we are developing in common for Rail Baltica, and we will share, obviously, in the contract template to ensure that everybody understands the way we think, the way we work, to be as close as possible to us, to ensure that the integration later on, according to their deliverable, will be as smooth as possible. We'll have issues, but let's intend to reduce them. Common tools. It's so obvious. It's so obvious. Take an example about the documentation. We have 3 countries, different languages, and we'll have a common documentation. I'm talking about millions of documents. They have to be coded. They have to be named in a consistent manner. Just because it's nice to have, it's just because when you want to retrieve them somewhere, if you are unable to sort them with a common understanding what is the code for finding them, they are just lost. And we can't afford to lose documentation. Documentation are almost the blood of this project. Documentation, evidence, data are the blood of this project. So we need to be able to find them. So common tools into the electronic data management system to storing all the BIM model we have project-wise. We will have a common data management tool for the requirement also. So the common tool is also part of a common language, a common approach, a common methodology. So each time there is an entity that wants to have a different tool, a different approach, is creating an artificial interface, is creating a new problem. I don't say it's unachievable, irreparable. I just say it makes it more difficult. It's valid internally and it will be obviously more valid externally. So we invite the business, the industry to follow our tools. If they want to have better tool, fine. But sometimes it's better to have a simpler option shared with everybody rather than having a top-notch approach that only few of them are able to use. So that's the approach we have taken. Stay simple, stay practical, have common use of tools. Integrated organization, it was stopped 2 years ago. We want to reinitiate because obviously Baltic country, 5 million people, we need to optimize the resources that we have. I'm talking about competencies, and competency in a railway acceptance of the term. That does not mean people are not competent. They have capability, but the competency is the capacity to put this capability for an objective. So we have a lot of capable people in the Baltic, but they don't have the competency for high-speed railway. So we need again to bring them into this knowledge, this experience, to demonstrate their competency for developing this railway. And we have to do that inside an integrated organization because we want to optimize this competency. We don't have that much, and this competency are wealth for this project, to implementing body or through the joint venture. And this is the optimization, integrated organization with common rules, common tools that we need to achieve. Started 2 years ago, put on stale, and now resurrected. So I'm quite optimistic that this current approach will be the good one. Integrated program, it was mentioned this morning by Lithuania. Again, we are developing it, and if you are selfish in this kind of project, you will fail, because if all your contractors go to the same quarry for your own delivery, you will fail. One of the issues, the key issue we have in this program, and we will know it when it will be finalized, under finalization currently, is that we are developing, in fact, 3 projects in parallel. Ideally, we should have 1 project, starting in terms of logistics, securing the logistics and moving to the north. But for obvious reason of political reason, all countries are working together, but they're working at the same time. And that's creating a huge bottleneck and a huge requirement regarding equipment, regarding resources, regarding support of the industry in terms of ability to go there and to do it. Typical example, if you want to achieve this program by 2030, we need to have 6 suites of track laying equipment. 6 of them, which is huge in terms of resource, in terms of equipment, in terms of industry capacity to support it, and obviously in terms of material. So now I move in what we call the consolidated material. Consolidated material is typically the material that is needed for building the superstructure. Superstructure, the track, let's call it the track. Huge quantity, and again, we can't let, as coordinator, if you want to secure the program, we can't let all this all these entities, all these contractors to fight together. We need to help them. We need to help them in a coordinated way. That means to prepare their installation, their construction with the necessary materials. And we need to anticipate with this, all this material to a proper logistic. So some figures here are quite significant. 8 million tons of ballast. It represents 400 vessels coming to the Baltic ports. Let's say that the ports are Klaipėda, Riga, Pärnu, and Tallinn. It's 200 vessels in 2 years per port, 100 per year. So 400, not this 100 in 2 years, 50 vessels per year. 50 vessels per year is 1 vessel per week. Then you don't need to be a genius to understand that it needs to be organized. The vessel arrives, you need to discharge it to the ballast on the port, then organize the transfer into wagons, into the construction base. It needs to be anticipated. We can't rely on the contractor to put it in place at the right moment. So that's the part of preparation. So this figure is just to give you an idea of when we say materials, quantity, and logistics, what it is. 650 Great Walls in China for the sleepers. Again, 3.4 millions of sleepers. Current capacity of production of a sleeper factory is 500, 600. That means there's almost 6 years of production. We should start now. We should put that in place. And that's what Rail Baltica is developing in partnership with the implementing body to ensure that the industry will have, at least can start. And then we hand over all this logistics to the constructor. But at least we don't want them to come and face the problem. We want to anticipate the problem, prepare the solution, and then hand over. That's the purpose of this logistics. Wagons, and again, the next slide again to show you the quantity. The quantity are quite impressive, and the 870 kilometers of high-speed railway represent a huge amount of quantity. I'll let you look at the figures. Sometimes take care, sometimes they're in tons, and sometimes it's in cubic meters. So take care, the figure has to be compared. For the rail, for example, 3,500 trains, wagons for transporting the rail. It's huge. And again, it's somewhere supporting the economy and the railway companies that are in the three Baltic countries to manage, because we need them. And it's a green approach. This is where we need to have the collaboration with the railway company to be green. All this quantity of material needs to be transported by rail. Trucks is not an option. On these roads, all this number, we are calculating a figure of 1,500 trucks per day in the Baltic country during 2 years, or more than 2 years. 1,500 every single day. That's the quantity we are talking about. So that, in terms of a large scale, everything is about the people and their competence, the preparedness, the same rules, the same tools, common organization, common methodology, and also anticipation. Anticipation, preparing the ground, securing the activity of our contractors, securing the material, securing the logistic, and being ready for them. If we make an assumption in our programs that we can install, let's take an example, 650 meter linear meter of track per day, they have the material to start with immediately. They don't need to have the material coming from the port. Everything is for there to be ready, to be efficient, and to deliver this program time, which for the boundaries that we have, the time scale is 2030. So we need to be very accurate, very, very collaborative, internally and externally, applying same rules, and for our role in terms of a coordinator, to ensure that what we promise in terms of delivery, in terms of program, we have a demonstration, a practical demonstration that we can achieve it. That's what we are working on in terms of organization and in terms of logistics. Thank you. Any question? I go to the end.
Yes, good. Thank you very much, Marc-Philippe.
Some added, bigger capacity, it's okay.
Was there something interesting?
Somebody make me a surprise, they put some...
Good, but
Sydney.
But thank you very much for the extensive presentation, and actually just indicating the tip of the iceberg, right?
Yes.
At the same time, there's also, using Slido, we have received several questions. One is and you mentioned the materials. It's also about the consolidated material procurements. Yeah, and suppliers or interested parties asking sort of what's the status with that? Are we on time? Are they progressing?
No, we are on time. We are not on time everywhere in this project, but for the consolidated material, yes, we start very early. We have secured already everything regarding cable routing and manhole and everything which is linked to the construction of the platform. We are very well advanced, and we are opening the tender for the ballast. And then we go for the sleepers, we'll go for the rail, we'll go for the turnouts, we'll go for the fences, and all in cascade, in sequence. But somewhere around the second quarter of 2023, next year, we will be ready to start going into this framework agreement to start managing the logistics. That means knowing where it's going to produce it and how we're going to bring it on the correct place. It's not having it somewhere, it's having it in the correct place, typically in the construction base that we want to use, which are typically later on the infrastructure management facility. The first stage will be construction phase, and later on being transferred into management facility. That's the idea. For the consolidated material, we are on time according to our program. Yes.
Good. And here, of course, we started the conference with a point that actually the context has changed compared to last year even. Yeah, not only due to war on Ukraine, but also the project maturing, becoming real. This is real, right? And the strategic decisions that also need to be taken. In your perspective, sort of what are the few next steps? Yeah, because we hear also on the plans to start the constructions already end of next year, 2024. So what are the next steps to put the logistical system in place?
So the next step is really going back to the common rules. That means the contract template and all the documentation that are helping the contractor, the market, to understand the way we work. We are finalizing all this engineering process, all this management plan. They want to put them in the contract. Some contracts are already moving forward without them, that we can correct them later on, but it's really the common rule of the game that are really the key priority for us.
Mm. And also on the various rules that are still in process of development. Yeah, and we heard also in the morning on ESG, and actually it's let's say evolving. Yeah, well, some parts are already in process. How do you see this? Is this something super specific for Rail Baltica or?
For regarding consolidated material, now we are progressing well with two countries regarding preparedness of the infrastructure of the maintenance facility to be ready. We need still an exercise of conviction with some other that still rely on the market to solve the problem. This is clearly not a joint venture approach. We need to help the market. I do think that without help and having all this contract working in parallel and fighting for the same resource without having a correct support, we will not succeed. And that's really the conviction through the program, demonstrating that this collaboration through the program with the anticipation from Rail Baltica is the only suitable way to deliver this project on time. But again, I appreciate from my colleague from the implementing body this willingness to push and to build. And our role is not to slow down the process, is not to be a kind of hurdle in the way, is ensuring that they can push as strongly as they want, but in a coordinated and achievable way. That's the main challenge, conviction and the preparation and the explanation. And again, it's a competency. That means we have capability, but we need to show this capability, the capacity to put this capability in the right direction.
Good. One remaining question, and then also Madame Trautmann, referring to the EU coordinator, mentioned that 2030 is, let's say, the date when the cross-border corridor connecting the three countries with the European single network, yeah, the 1435 has to be, and even beyond potentially, has to be in place. Until then, earlier than 2030, and that's also one of the questions in Slido, can we expect some operations on some interim sections or no?
Yeah, in the program we are developing, and Jean-Marc can talk at length about it. Definitely, we want to avoid. We will prevent having a big bang. That means all of a sudden, boom, we commission 870 kilometers of railway. No, it never works that way. And we want also to train to get the competencies at the country level by starting with a smaller section, Palais-Monas, Panevėžys, for example, to train all the Lithuanian colleagues in the new control center with operating rules, a new fleet, and at the same time operating between Bauskas and Montas, for example, in Latvia, same time in between Tallinn, Rapla, or Tallinn, Pärnu, if we go fast away, starting first with the smaller legs to commission the control center and bring to the correct level of competencies all these users. And when they are ready, only when they are ready, then we integrate the pieces together. Then we have Estonia with Latvia, going to Pärnu into the Riga node, and then we will have from Bauskas to Panevėžys and then to the Polish border. We do it sequentially. We don't want to have a big bang. And then by country, then in between country, and connecting to Poland by 2029, 2030.
Excellent, Mark-Philipp. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
And then I'll invite to the stage Jean-Marc Bedmar on our systems guru and on the topic of sustainable Rail Baltic subsystem development, electrification, control, command, signaling. And this is one of the top questions also in the questions that we received during registration phase. Yeah, so where are we? What are the plans? Jean-Marc, floor is yours.
Thank you, Gert. Yes. Hello, good afternoon. So I know everybody is very keen to have news regarding the development of the railway system for Rail Baltica. So without, as you know, first we have split in two parts for the railway system. So first one is the ANA, which is, let's say, in the TSI meaning, electrification system. And second one is CCS, but actually which include more than the control command signaling, also all the telecommunication system and various systems that are needed to operate the railways. So let's start now by the ANA. So you can see this timeline. I believe you already saw this slide, a bit similar slide in the previous presentation. But the important point here is we have this orange line, which is moving. Yeah, you can see that we have already started the procurement that was in end of May this year. And we are now in the pre-qualification stage, and we really intend to complete this pre-qualification part by the end of the year. So basically, this is also the end of the month. So in the coming weeks, pre-qualified companies should be announced. We have also in the intense work of preparation of the second phase of this procurement. That means all the documentation, the technical requirements, all the contract elements, together with the ANA engineers. So an engineer will supporting us for this exercise and will continue to support us during all the lifetime of the electrification project. So that's consortium of DB, IDOM and Italfer. So we are working on a full extent with them in this preparation phase of all the second part of procurement. We expect to receive the bids in the coming months and to be able to have agreement in second part of 23, let's say in autumn, to sign the contract for this design and build. This contract will be, as you know, one of the biggest, or maybe even the biggest contract of electrification to be procured as a single piece, probably of all Europe and maybe all the world. Yeah. If we go now to CCS, so the second similar slide with the timelines, I will put it. Yep. So similar slide, but then you can see that the work procurement is not yet started. Now we have engineers as well, CCS engineer. This is consortium of Fistra, Italfer and Aegis. There has been preparing a lot of elements of concept design, notably all the radio planning. Radio is a very important point for this CCS. As you know, we are changing technology. All the different elements for the deployment strategy and many parts of concept design are already well advanced. And we are now ready to go ahead and start the first phase of the procurement in the coming week. We also intend to launch this pre-qualification phase before the end of the year. Yeah. So then we will expect to receive proposals so in the spring, assess them, and start second stage in autumn of the procurement to have contractor in place in 2024. And then you will see the timeline of contractor. So we have this, let's say, generic design, application design, so per sections, all the development of the different systems, software, all the, of course, safety case and all the necessary items. And then going to the installation, commissioning, and follow up by DNP. So just one word regarding this engineer. So we have seen these two consortium, but there are many other companies we are working with us from the beginning of Rail Baltica project. Basically, company for all Europe. I believe you have seen this morning one interesting map on that. So I think it's important to thank them for all the works and dedication they have for Rail Baltica. So they are all the excellent engineering companies for all Europe. And we have to be proud of them, and they will continue to support us during all the Rail Baltica stage until it will become a reality in the entire Baltic states. So now let's go a bit in the specific topic with sustainability, or also reduction of environmental impact of the railway. So the question why we should design especially railway in sustainable ways, because basically railway is already in essence a very sustainable transportation mode thanks to the wheel-rail contact with a low, very efficient, let's say, movement. So why should we do better? Yeah. I think the answer is clear. We are all running out of time, and we have actually a very difficult war to win against the climate change. So the time is running, CO2 level and other greenhouse gas are running. And everything who can be done in this regard shall be done. And this is also the case of railway. We shall always try to go beyond what could be usually done. Yeah. Maybe even if it's a bit easier in our case, there is not a reason to just stay at the standard level. Yeah. So then there are, of course, sustainability. This is where everybody is talking in all types of industry and field. So there are words and there are also actions. So our firm intention is to really have actions and how to make these actions coming. So this is now and this is during this design. Yeah. So we have identified 3 action axes, 3 main ones. There are many others, but 3 ones that I'm going to detail in the coming slide to put actions on all the delivery of the railways, specifically of course the system, but not only. What is important to say, and I think today that's also your interest, you all industry representative, that we are going to include in all our procurements documentation some requirements regarding sustainability. So you should expect to have some of them. In some cases, there will be also even assessment criteria for all this procurement process that will be also included in this procurement. So the idea is to get ready for that, to think ahead, maybe go out a bit out of the comfort zone of the industry. And I know it's not so easy, but just try to be prepared. And now we are going to go in some few elements on that. So the first one, let's say this is the easiest, or let's say the most obvious one. Yeah, this is to design a most attractive transport system. Okay, nice. This is what we are already doing, so nothing new. Yeah, but the idea is the more we attract people, the more we'll also divert them to use other modes that are more polluting, and that will by itself allow to reduce environmental impact of the transport sector as a whole. And so that means we just need to make our job, design the most performant railways, and that will help to this reduction of impact by reducing congestion, air pollution, and so on. And we need also to make it self-effective and to be operated and maintained just well performant, safe. So that was the easiest part, but still to not be forgotten, this is our main task. That has also an impact on environment. So the second one is energy efficiency. So We all know that not use energy is the best one, so it's sober is better. So that means also that we are quite intensive energy industry, because to move people, to move goods, we are moving weight, everybody has make a bit of physics, and we all know that this requires energy, even in flat countries like Baltics. So in general, whatever the energy will be used, we all need to request, including specification and requirements, or every system component, the maximum energy efficiency for all the systems, whatever function, whatever the component. And then second one is, of course, to avoid to use fossil fuel. So that's part of this, let's say, the shift from a type of energy to more sustainable energies. So we'll try to target all the possible functions. So of course, the train traction will be electrified, but there is also side function, like also the shunting, like also the maintenance. And now we can see, I think, all the movement of railway industry is already on the right way. We could see, for example, this year in Innotrans, more and more different maintenance machines, which were already supplied by non-diesel, let's say, the traction, like battery, hydrogen, or other ones. So by the time we will put the Rail Baltica under operation, we could probably have a huge majority of this function that will be already moving to electrification. And then, okay, once we have electrified everything, we have then to use only renewable energy. So this is not a new, let's say, statement from Rail Baltica, that we intend to use all the renewable energy, and this is actually something who has been started, I think, by Sweden some years ago. First time Swedish infra manager has committed to only use renewable, then brilliantly followed by Austria, Netherlands, Lithuania, Estonia are already doing this for the 50-20 gauge railways. And this is our firm intention, to put all the elements in place to be only renewable powered railways. And so that will be at the time of start of operation. This is a very strong commitment we take. So regarding energy efficiency, let's go now in an example, and let's take the example, let's say the biggest one, so the train traction energy. So that is in this ANA scope, because of course in volume, this is the one who is the most, consumes the most of energy. So this scope of ANA, which is now under procurement, and that we expect industry to deliver us. This is indeed very big scope. 870 kilometer double track. We have the catenary everywhere needed. So that's quite impressive volume of materials to be delivered and produced. And one important topics following several, let's say, 1 year of optimization works and design with our engineers. Now we will have only 10 railway traction substations. If you make a bit of calculation, it's about one substation every 90 kilometers. So this is much more than usually in a high-speed line comparable to Rail Baltica. And why? This is thanks to the combination of static frequency converter technology and 2x25 contact line feeding. So that's allowed to make this arrangement and also combined with advanced energy control command system in order to coordinate all these elements. So then, consequence on the energy consumption will be actually to have very reduced loss, and that's because we have a lower number of components, also multiple feeding. We can also have optimized regenerative braking with extending possibilities, meaning actually the number of trains can reuse energy will be much wider than usually, and we expect to have then higher percentage of regenerative energy reused. Also adjustable power factor, so that's one of the property of the static frequency converter. We also intend to have a power demand management, so that's something we really intend to do. So we know that's now typically in this time of constraint on the energy availability in the peak hours. That could be something that could be interesting to be put in place. This is a bit at the junction between ANA and CCS, but we are now working on this and in this preparation of such concept. Yeah. And also managing all the possible function, traction, non-tractions together, all the load in order to control them, to reduce, to optimize, to make savings and different planning. So that's the ambition that we have here. Yeah. So now we have to have a look a bit in something which is actually very significant for this ANA subsystems. I think that's something that the Baltic State could be really proud of. There is two premiere, I would say even a world premiere, in this electrification project. Yeah. So the first one, this is a single railway electrification that will be implemented on the territory of 3 states. This was not done before. Yeah. And this is only in the Baltic that it is happening now. Yeah. I even have different conversations, even from officials, that were not really believing that we are actually making this all together with the 3 Baltic states. Yeah. And the second one, and this is a kind of property of this, solution we choose, we'll have only one single electrical sections feeded in parallel by all these 10 substations on the 3 states. And this is also absolutely unique to have such a kind of single system, kind of unity, showing kind of a unity of the system on such extent. Yeah. Now going also in the big CCS scope, so this scope is also more in development, and we are going further to, in order to plan all, let's say, the benefit and sustainability that could be made by the CCS, so all the control commands. So basically, this is where you need automation, when you put all the smart functionalities and applications that can help you to really control the energy, reduce and optimize, whether it is on the infrastructure, on the rolling stock, and on the facilities. So one could be first one on this slide. You can see this is non-traction power supply. So this one will be fed in general by renewable energy from the grid, as we mentioned before, but also considering local sources in some cases. So there is also the case that we have some location when we need more autonomous because there is no feeding possible or difficult to implement by the standard grid. But this is also something that we are looking closely to implement also on the railway territory, on the premises, some renewable energy source like solar panels of windmill. Yeah. Second one, probably one of the most promising. This is all the advanced control command function for the train drivers. So that's, let's summarize in eco-driving. So this is function common of the TMS, traffic management systems, and also for the rolling stock. So there are different possibilities, research functions, and already some demonstrators going. And we also intend to have such functions implemented for Rail Baltica. And last one I was already mentioning, this is an advanced SCADA for the management of all the possible electric load. And also to be noticed, the turnout heating system. So that's some quite energy-intensive system that we need to also make smart. Yeah. Yeah. So now looking a bit in optimization of design and construction. So this is really this third point where we want to go beyond. Yeah. So we have made environmental life cycle assessment for the railway systems. And in general, the output was the infrastructure material and the infrastructure construction works are actually the most important source of the environmental impact for the whole lifetime of these systems. So that means all the effort shall be made now in design phase when we are planning the constructions and we are defining what will be the system, what will be component and material. Yeah. So this is this important point. I'm going to detail a bit further. All the optimization of the design, fabrication of components, selection of materials. And actually this is something that even if we have the idea, even if we are making research, benchmarking with our engineers, this is not something we can do by ourselves. We really have to rely, and we will rely on all yours industry, research development, innovation that you are doing in all the possible field in this in railway industry is really flourishing of all innovation, and this is what we will expect and will favor in all the procurement by leaving open possibility of bringing these new solutions. And second one will be the use of adapted construction methodology and machines. So that one is also applying actually to the civil construction, to CCS, ANA, and also facilities constructions. And that will be, of course, part of the requirement in order to have a proper, the best adapted construction methodologies. And if we look now a bit, it's the carbon footprint of the material. So that's actually one research was being made through this ANA concept design, and that is looking the carbon footprint of the material for ANA, typically catenary, which is the widest in volume part of the ANA. Actually, before kind of a worst case and best case, you have up to 40% of reduction of the carbon footprint on all these materials that are achievable. So example here, you have, for example, for the steel. So steel should be all the structural elements, like for the catenary pole, for example, and also for the armoring. Yeah? So there are a lot of action that could be made in order to reduce carbon footprint of the steel. So that, of course, requirements on the production, also possibility of recycled content. And that's actually similar also for, let's say, aluminium. Aluminium, it's a bit different because the electricity mix of production is the most important as a very intensive electrical material. Concrete, this is also an interesting one. Now there is a lot of research to have more, let's say, green concrete, something with less carbon footprint. So we, of course, favor such action, and also some part of recyclability in the cement, in the concrete process, from reuse, let's say, the reuse material. And similar, of course, with copper, that is also part of recycled type of alloy. Different solution will be. But of course, we all understand that all this, let's say, incitative requirement will be also shall also combine all the other aspects, that all the constraints to the function, for example, catering mass functions, mechanical function, and so on, and that will need to be respected. So this is quite optimization work that we're expecting from our contractor. Yeah. Then another one is lifetime and recyclability. So that's one lifetime. Actually, it's very powerful manner to reduce overall environmental impact in all the lifetime for railway infrastructure. So we'll definitively favor lifetime of the components. That will be quite even incentive on this as we expect. And of course, this is important to consider this with also the requirement. We are going a bit in the other way, like the safety requirements. Yes, we ask for getting still maintained infrastructure. And so that's one will go quite in the detail and be quite specific for this aspect. Yeah. Then the reuse of components, so that will be one possible, and the recyclability requirement will be also included in our procurement. Yeah. So there are also, that was a three main axes, but other ones, I think this is part of all the general analysis for this environmental impact that are not forgotten. Typically, noise vibration mitigation, that could apply for substation, for example. Air water management, chemical management. For example, one decision we made will also ban the SF6 insulated element, switchgear, for example, as this is a very toxic GHG. Soil pollution is also important, and biodiversity and nature. And last but not least, the climate change resilience and adaptation. So we have already some guidelines on that, because even if we will try our best, we know that we'll also to adapt to the consequence of climate change that are already a reality. Yeah. So applicable the document to consider. So I believe you guess some of them, and there will be some other ones. Yeah. So we have, of course, EU standard, our famous Rail Baltica design guidelines. But our study that will be also included, Rail Baltica Climate Proofing Study, this is now actually ongoing study. Zero environmental impact strategy study, this one was completed already. And then we'll have also specific elements that were made as part of the CSNS ANA concept design. So here it is for this kind of sustainability overview for the systems. So thank you.
Thank you, Jean-Marc. Quite an overview, and I'm quite confident that the industry representatives also registered have gained at least part of the answers and even more. Mm-hmm. So thank you very much for the presentation. And I also, there are three specific questions that I will sort of transfer. One was on that Rail Baltic choice is to procure the subsystems separately, yeah, and that there will be different contracts, yeah, high probably that also different contractors who will be responsible to integrate the various systems.
Yeah, actually there is always a kind of long discussion and even philosophical about the splitting of scope. When you have legacy railways, normally you have to make upgrade of your system or new system actually in quite maybe smaller scope because the lifetime are different according to different subsystems. But when there's a chance to build a railway in greenfield, like this is the case of Rail Baltica, you can actually procure with a wider scope. And typically in greenfield you can even have the full case when you would procure infrastructure, NA, CCS, track, everything together. So we have made a bit different choice, but still keeping the advantage of greenfield. So the system was split in two. CCS, as we said, that's control command signaling plus all the telecom and other system, and electrification. But we have also another aspect, actually in our case, we'll have a lot of interface at level of local facilities. Yeah. So we have that will be quite a challenge, and I think Marc-Philippe was explaining all the system engineering that we have, all the requirement technical interface, in order to make this integration. Now to answer to your question, so this integration, first, in every scope, contractor will have to do on their own scope. Then we'll have an integrator for all the, let's say, static aspect of this integration that will be asked to be for the CCS engineer. And then you will have also at the dynamic level over testing, and for that will be another entity that will be in charge to have the dynamic testing, typically running the test trains. Yeah.
Good. Thank you for the answer. And another topic still on the systems, maintenance, or let's say testing and maintenance. Would that be also included in the scope of the contracts?
Yeah, usually every contractor shall test all his let's say, deliveries, his systems, and then you will have integration testing. So a bit similar question, how we make integration, how we make integration in test. So we'll have, I would say, this static integration step, and then we'll have this dynamic integration test. Yeah. So that will be all part of this dynamic testing and integration.
Good. Thank you. And the last question, and we touched shortly already in the morning session, cooperation with Poland. Yeah? One part is the connecting physically on the right spot, but also connecting with the systems and the wider network.
Yeah, that's actually a topic was been quite intensive this year. We had different meetings in different formats. Actually, we have two partners in Poland. So we have the directly connected partner, which is the PKP PLK, infrastructure manager, and for which we have now different meetings regarding all the interfaces, whether it is for the design of infrastructure, but also for the systems, system interfacing and integration, how to will be able to operate all this line for all this operation of direct trains. And then the second partner is a CPK, Central Hub Communication Company of Poland, who is in charge of developing 2,000 kilometers of railways. And we have also different exchange, quite also intensive, on a different level, like analyzing all the transport demand, all the different timetable, different connection, different type of trains that could be implemented in the future. So that's let's say, good and ongoing cooperation with Poland.
No, thank you very much, Jean-Marc. Yeah, so thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, good. We proceed. Yeah, and now the remaining part, yeah, on being of particular importance for the suppliers and those interested also to join the project is on the procurements. Yeah, and there will be several presentations, but we will start with Christian Pirsalu, the head of procurement at RB Rail, and then here, of course, I can only highlight the best practice and under your lead that has developed across through Rail Baltic, across the Baltics, and now also being recognized even at the level of the management board of RB Rail with a dedicated procurement dedicated management board member, namely Marko Kivila. But even to strengthen the application of the best practice. So firstly, thank you, Christian. But in any case, also word to you on the overview for Rail Baltica procurements. Floor is yours.
Thanks. Thank you for the introduction. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here with you through this online medium. And we have seen another year of progress at Rail Baltica, and what a year it has been. If somebody would have told me 5 years ago, Christian, there will be a time in the future, there will be a global pandemic, lives will change, lives will be lost, there will be mayhem across the globe, people can't move, goods can't move, supply chains will fall apart. And then, just as you are about to get over that, you will find yourself in a situation of a major war breaking out in Europe, and this will be in parallel with energy crisis, a major energy crisis where you will have multiplication of the prices, you will have real difficulty in obtaining anything that you require. And all of that will be around the same time. I would have thought, well, this is either a bad joke or a fiction film. Yet, this is the reality that we are working in today. And fortunately, we have a wonderful team of some of the best experts in procurement in the Baltics. So we will surely get through all the challenges that we have. And let me take you through briefly of what we have seen in 2022, and also about the last 5 years of procurement at RB Rail. So this year has been challenging, to say the least. Yet we feel it's ever more important to have effective and efficient communication. And this is something that we have instilled as a standard practice. We undertake regular market research, regular market consultations with suppliers, and we provide feedback also to the market on the main pitfalls, how to avoid mistakes, how to do better, how to improve, how to make sure that we both win from the transactions. And what we do as well as a standard practice now is pre-proposal briefings during the tender period, where we explain what are our requirements, how we expect the forms to be filled so that they are in line with the procurement law, to make sure that there are no inadvertent mistakes for suppliers as well. And then for key tenders, of course, we provide post-tender briefings, which is the least we can do, considering a situation where our suppliers, our tenderers, they spend valuable resource and time on preparing and submitting the proposals. So even if they're not successful, they get the feedback on how to be able to improve going forward. The key challenges that I mentioned just earlier, the post-COVID market turbulence, the war in Ukraine, which is extremely unfortunate that this thing ever happened, and the energy crisis in parallel with all that. This has also had an impact on competition in the Baltic region. And this leads us also to look at our procurement policy in a different light. So
we feel, of course, strongly about the sanctions and the war in Ukraine. We fully support Ukraine, not least because of the moral and ethical reasons, but also because of the risks associated with the project, and of course we cannot allow any Rail Baltica project funding to end up with the hostile regimes. So next year we'll see procurement policy improvements. It will be version 4 of the Rail Baltica Common Procurement Standards and Guidelines, and in there we will be adjusting the best practice, improving procurement efficiency, and also addressing the sanctions that we have nationally and on the EU level as well. And this all, we hope, will improve both our ability to obtain good results from procurement, as well as the tenderer's ability to have clarity and to be able to provide good proposals. So please keep an eye out on that. And what we have already said in spring this year, I will repeat that message as well, is that since after the breakout of the war in Ukraine and the first sanctions, we have had the approach on the Rail Baltica, which we have aligned across the project with all the implementing bodies and organizations that we have, that to the maximum extent possible, we will exclude Russian and Belarusian suppliers and supplies. And this stands. Today, it is about almost 5 years since we launched the very first Rail Baltica mainline design tenders. And it's an opportune moment to look back and look at how active we have been and continue to be with our procurement activities. So I will provide you with some statistics on what we have done and what we have achieved from RB Rail side with procurement activities. And currently we continue to be more active than ever with all the key procurement procedures either going on or coming up soon. So over the last 5 years, we have launched more than 130 regular tenders and signed more than 150 contracts, including some of which are framework agreement commissions, totaling to amount of 155 million euros or more. And during this period as well, we have had 17 appeals, which we believe is a very low rate, considering the amount of work and number of tenders that we have going on. And we have also cancelled 14 tenders. So overall, we believe that there is a very good quality with our tendering approach, and we are always very open with also the appeal side of things. We provide feedback to tenderers who request the feedback. If there is an appeal, we fully understand that the suppliers must have the right to question us and also the right to approach the authorities when they feel that something is not entirely correct. So that is something that we fully support, but we always remain open also ourselves to provide the feedback, to explain, to improve. And currently we have 15 tenders ongoing, some of which are large, high-value tenders, and the total of the ongoing tenders, the maximum estimated contract value of these is almost 2 billion euros. Over the past 5 years as well, we have done more than 1,000 small purchases, which are less than 10,000 euros, and those are in excess of 5 million euros over that period of time. So you can see we have been very, very active, and we continue to be so going forward. What we have achieved, some of the key things we have achieved over the past 5 years, of course, creating a common procurement policy across the global project. So you can imagine we have different legal areas or domains in the Baltics. We have 3 procurement legislations, and also we have different project organizations, RB Rail, the implementing bodies, delivering the procurement exercises. So aligning and implementing a common approach has been a challenge, but we have been rather successful with that, and today we are at version 3 of the Common Procurement Standards and Guidelines, which is the overarching procurement policy that everybody is applying. And next year we will be updating to version 4. Something that has been a challenge is attracting the high-speed railway marketplace to this region. Of course, there's never before been a high-speed railway market in the Baltics. So we have a challenge of creating the market, inviting the suppliers, attracting the market here while procuring as well. And that is something that we continue to do, and that is why also regular market research, market consultation, providing certain assurance to the market in terms of financing and so on is important from our side, and this is part of what we continue to do. Launching key tenders has been one of our challenges, and today we are in a situation where we've launched the majority of the key tenders. We have all the mainline design tenders launched. We have the ENA, meaning the electrification design and build tender out. We have the consolidated materials such as ballast, rails, sleepers out, and soon we will also launch the command, control and signaling design and build tenders. So we have done rather well in progressing in the procurement domain in that regard. And we feel strongly about continuous development and pushing the boundaries. We have to push the boundaries because we're doing very often what has not been done before in this region. So sometimes every week, our experts are doing something that nobody has ever done before. So for instance, like my colleague Jean-Marc just said earlier, that this scale of an electrification tender has never been done before in Europe. So these are the things and challenges that we feel strongly about, and we push the practice as well. And of course, I mentioned already the support to Ukraine, not least because of the moral and ethical grounds, but also because of the project risks. And all this while building also the team. So we have grown from 5 professionals to 20 strong, really top-level procurement professionals in our team. A little bit about also the opportunities for the market. So currently we are putting the final touches on the Procurement Plan 2023 draft, and we expect that over the next few weeks we will be able to also publish this information. The 2022 plan and updates we are adding onto the website, so you are able to see them from there, and next year's procurement plan will follow soon as well. Regarding the changing market, when we mention that it's difficult times cause changes, and changes also promote opportunities. So where we see that one supplier or supply chain has fallen away, this provides an opportunity for the others to come and step in. And also the prohibition of Russian and Belarusian suppliers and suppliers provides more opportunities to become able to be successful and competitive in our tenders for other suppliers that maybe before found it challenging. So please do look at the opportunities to participate even if you haven't been successful so far. Something I want to stress as well, something in terms of subcontracting and partnering, as was mentioned also in the panel earlier, that there is a necessity to work together. So the necessity for the international high-speed railway expert companies and the local construction companies to work together. And this is indeed a necessity because we have very good local companies that don't necessarily have the international high-speed railway experience. And then we have international high-speed railway experienced companies who do not necessarily understand so well the local circumstances. So we very much encourage this cooperation. And I would say as well that this is providing opportunities not just from the Rail Baltica perspective, but for the future of both type of these companies. So for the local organizations, they will be able to export their knowledge and expertise going forward in other regions and beyond. And for the international companies, they will have the business connections locally to participate in other projects and sectors in the future. And also we have expectations, of course, towards the suppliers, that the suppliers understand the risks on the market. They're able to manage these risks during volatile times and provide us with high-quality, competitive proposals. So please do keep informed with our tenders. and subscribe to our newsletter on our website. We have a procurement newsletter there as well. And just to note that the procurement practices in the region are changing. They have been changing since the start of the COVID pandemic, because certain things that we did in a certain way just don't work anymore. So, for instance, fixed price tenders without cost escalation mechanisms in some cases are very difficult enough, if not impossible to do going forward. So for that reason now we're building in new mechanisms, and we're finding new ways how to get around these situations and these old practices. And there also we need the feedback from the market and the input from the market into our processes, into our practices, to be able to develop and to be able to understand the concerns from their side as well. And this leads me to the last but not least topic, which is our procurement survey. So we have the annual procurement survey that is published on our website. It's anonymous. It's something that we have done already more than 4 years before. And it's something that provides us with key input to improving our procurement activities and understanding what works and what doesn't work. So please do participate and give us your feedback on that. And that completes my presentation also for you. So I hope that if you have any questions, we find time to answer those afterwards. I wish you the best of success in procurement. Please do come and participate in our tenders. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Christian. And there is one, before we will enter the questions and answers with the rest of the procurement team, there is one specific question that let's not wait. What happened to the 14 procurements that were cancelled? Yeah.
Well, there were various reasons, some of which were to do with the market, and this is one of the reasons why we have been promoting market consultations more and more. Some of them we found out that we can actually consolidate perhaps into different mechanisms. So there were different reasons, and there were very valid reasons as well. But I would not particularly focus on those. I would like to say that we are open about what we have cancelled and what we have failed upon in a way, because we should be open to admit that also we are improving, and we're continuously improving, and we expect the feedback from the market as well. Because nobody's perfect, but we are on the way.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to invite you to take a seat, and then we proceed. Now on the Latvian procurement law changes as of 2023. Yeah, this is not Rail Baltica initiated, I'm quite sure, but it is very important for the suppliers and participants to know, because the Rail Baltica, both the RB Rail procurements, but also the national implementing body in Latvia, the Eiropas Dzelzceļa procurements, are organized mainly are organized by according to the Latvian public procurement law. And therefore I have the pleasure to invite Aiga Benfelde, the procurement manager at RB Rail, to explain what's the plan. Welcome. And we were discussing green, and finally the green arrives.
Yes, thank you, Dirts. It is so, sustainability, Green Deal, Greenfield project, all this has been mentioned almost in any presentation all day long. So yes, sure, procurements must become more and more green, that's for sure. And as Dirts mentioned, today I will touch upon the public procurement law of Latvia amendments. They will come into force starting from 1st of January 2023. This means that they will be applicable to all procurements that will be announced, so launched, starting from 1st of January. The existing ongoing procurements will be organized and happening according to the existing version of Latvian public procurement law. And also, this is important as RB Rail and Eiropas Dzelzceļa, both these entities are procuring under this law. So these amendments are significant for you to know during the participation in our procurements. So first of all, I will start with the exclusion ground check topic. This is the topic what has been already in the law since the beginning. It comes from the directive itself. However, in this case, the situation is that additional entities have come in the list, the entities that should be checked against the exclusion ground existence. And here I want to mention 3 of them: the beneficial owners, so the natural persons who has the ownership of at least 25% of the shares of the company, or the decisive influence undertakings, companies who has also the majority voting rights in the company or has the authorization to appoint the management of the company. So these are 2 additional entities that shall be checked against the exclusion grounds. And then comes the subcontractors. This is also something that is happening already in existing procurement. So we are checking all subcontractors, which part of the contract is in 10% or exceeds 10% of total procurement contract price. However, here the emphasis is on the amount of the subcontractor share in the total amount of the procurement contract. So now it will be changed from 10% to 10,000 euros. So considering the magnitude of the procurements what we have in Rail Baltica, this will most probably impact almost all subcontractors that are involved in our procurements. Here I'm stepping back, I think, in around 2 years of in past of 2 years with my presentation on pitfalls in procurements here in Rail Baltica, and tax debts was one of the topics. And now I can say finally we have come to that moment where I can say yes, from the 1st of January Latvian public procurement law will establish the same requirement as it is now in the Public Procurement Directive concerning the tax debts. So this means that, yes, the 150 euros tax debt still remains as a limitation for the tax debt in Latvia. However, regarding the tax debt in the country of origin of particular supplier, it comes not to those 150 euros how it is at the moment, but to that limit, which is in particular a state as a limit to participate in that state public procurements. So from this perspective, we are now aligning with the directive. So in next 2 slides, here several exclusion ground types will be mentioned. What I want to emphasize here is the time of limitation for these exclusion grounds. So previously, part of them had the limitation in 12 months. So it means if that particular breach of criminal offenses, competition or labor law breaches have been done and the court decision has been come into force, for example, 13 months ago, then it is fine now to participate in a procurement. Currently, that period of time has been extended, so this means that it will be 3 years of limitation to participate in case the supplier has a breach in any of these exclusion grounds. Here some optional exclusion grounds have been mentioned, but I want to particularly stress the number 7 here. This is regarding the termination of a public procurement contract. So it means the supplier has failed to perform its contract and afterwards the contracting authority has terminated the contract. Previously, this also was an exclusion ground, but it was not mandatory, it was optional. Starting from 1st of January, it becomes a mandatory And also now it will be applicable to termination of a contract to any contracting authority here in Latvia, not the particular contracting authority, for example, RB Rail or SIA Eiropas dzelzceļa līnijas. So in case a supplier has not performed the contract to any other contracting authority in Latvia, it may be excluded. Yes, the 3 years limitation is here as well, but one thing worth to mention is about the possibility also to ensure the reliability, so to show and prove that measures in the company have been taken, so the same failure or issue will not be there again. And as Christian mentioned about market consultation, I would say for RB Rail, the changes will not impact the way and process how we are organizing our market consultations. We have a quite extensive experience already. What I want to emphasize is the outcome of the market consultation. So this means that we as a contracting authority will be able to justify why we are not terminating particular procurement because of low competition if we have had a proper market consultation and feedback from the market. And also with regards to the technical or qualification requirements, what we will include in the procurement. So if these topics have been brought to market consultations, we have gained the feedback from the suppliers, then it will be limited possibility for the suppliers afterwards to object to these requirements. And in the final slide, I have added 3 other topics that will occur in the upcoming version of Latvian public procurement law. So prior notice, this is existing at the moment already. However, starting from 1st of January, this will be mandatory. So the prior notice shall be published in advance, so the information about the procurement will be able, you will be able to see in more advance. Also, the centralized contracts register, this comes together with that exclusion ground, what I mentioned before, concerning the exclusion of a supplier which hasn't performed properly a contract with another contracting authority. So there will be publicly available register where you will be able to see what type of contracts for which contracting authorities and which suppliers have not performed. And the last, a bit more technical, but still we have had the issues, so it's worth to mention, is the changes related to malfunction of e-tendering system of Latvia. So in case there will be detected some malfunction of the system 24 or 4 hours before the submission of proposal, then the state authority which is in charge of this particular e-tendering system of Latvia will have the possibility to extend the submission deadline for 1 day. So this means that there will be a time for the suppliers to resubmit the proposal, and there will be no need to terminate the procurement to avoid this situation. Thank you. This is all from my side.
Thank you. Thank you, Aigo. By the way, from experience, has the system, the state level system, has it malfunctioned sometime?
Yes, unfortunately, yes, and that's why this requirement has been included, that state authority will be able to shift the submission deadline by themselves, not by contracting authority, to give time for the suppliers to submit the proposal.
Good. Then thank you, and please join Christian on my Christmas tea table. And then we proceed. So Latvian procurements and legislation for the procurements according Latvian legislation, that's Aiga has covered that part. And then we have also, and I will be joined by 2 great colleagues, also procurement managers, one from Estonia, but starting with Lithuania, on the regular pitfalls and I think what is even more important for the suppliers, how to avoid them. So we'll start with Asta Žaltauskienė. Yeah, Asta, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Gert. Yeah. So my colleagues Christian and Aiga started a bit from the more complex questions and things to talk, and my presentation is about more like daily things we face every day and the daily things we have to cope with them every day. So actually, there is always a question that when some company fails in a procurement, what have been done not correctly and what can be changed. So first thing, I will talk a bit in steps and explain these main things that have to be considered. So first step is to know where to apply and how to apply. So all our rail procurements, they are organized according to Latvian law on the public procurement. It means that the Latvian law regulation applies here, and the systems of Latvia on tendering are also used for these procurements to organize. So, of course, you can always find the information about all our market consultations and also tenders on our webpage, on our company webpage. But in spite of that, to provide the proposal and to participate, you can only through Latvian e-tendering system. As already mentioned by my colleague Aiga, sometimes the system fails, but still we have what we have, and we are using the system to organize all our tenders. So, as you see on the slide, you can find the links to these systems. And the main thing here is to register. If you are interested and wishing to participate in our procurements, you have to register in e-tendering system. And my proposal is to do that much in advance, because actually registering in the system takes time. It's not like you went the last day, registered here, and you can submit a proposal. It can take sometimes up to 1 week, so you have to think about it and to start doing it in advance. And in this system, when you register there, you can find the RB Rail profile, under which you will find all our procurements which we organize and which are open for participation. Next step to succeed in the procurement, of course, is to understand what kind of procedure it is and how it is organized. So main procedures we use is one-stage procedure and two-stage procedures. So for one-stage procedures, these ones are usually used for the more simple tenders in which everything is absolutely clear, the needs are clear, and the scopes are clear. So simple tender procedures we use for smaller tenders up to 42,000 K for goods and services, and up to 170,000 euros for works. Open competitions, which is also one-stage procedure we use for bigger tenders. These tenders can be also international value tenders. And the main thing about these procedures is that submission of qualification documentation, technical proposal, financial proposal, everything happens in one stage. And no separate pre-qualification, and the proposal which you provided, it's final. It will be no possibility to improve it or to change it somehow. So also, there is no any negotiation foreseen for these procedures. Second type of procedures, which is also usually used, it's two-stage procedures. And for this, we use usually restricted competition and competitive procedure with negotiations. What's the difference between these two? Restricted procedure is a procedure of two stages, where you first have a pre-qualification stage, at which we choose the companies which are qualified to provide services or to do works or to supply goods. And we invite these tenderers to submit a proposal in a second stage where we get already technical and financial proposal. But again, this procedure does not allow any negotiations. So the proposal you provided at the second stage, it's fixed and it cannot be improved at a later stage anyhow. So participating in such type of procedures, you have to be very careful and to know that your proposal is final. That's it. You have to think in advance what you propose and to know that no improvements can be done later. Talking about competitive procedure with negotiations, here situation is a bit different and a bit more flexible. This procedure, the same as restricted competition, has also two stages. First stage is pre-qualification, and in this stage, the companies are chosen to participate in a second stage. The companies who qualify, they are invited then at the second stage to provide technical and financial proposals. And the difference from restricted competition here, it's a possibility of negotiations. So this procedure is the most flexible, and in this procedure there is a possibility for the companies to improve their initial proposal and to provide the improved proposal after the negotiations with submission of final proposal. So when seeing any of this procedure, you have to understand and know how it will happen, because if providing proposal at the beginning, it's not clear will it be possible to negotiate or not, it can again lead to not successful participation. Then one more very, very important thing, which also my colleagues invited, and I invite you also, if you want a success in the procurements, we invite you to be active. Before submission deadline, there is a full possibility for the tenderers to communicate with contracting authority, with Rail. Tenderers can ask questions, they can request to clarify requirements which are not clear to them. They can ask to include something additionally or exclude something from technical specification. It is a full possibility to communicate and to ask improvements. So here, if you see some problems, if you see that something maybe is not correct or something is not clear, you should not just be in silence, but please apply, please write to us questions, and please ask for improvement or change here. But the suggestion before asking questions, always please check questions and answers letters, which we already published, because sometimes there is a situation that some other tenderer before you already asked this question and it is already answered. So of course there is no reason to ask again the same question and to lose time for that. You can just read that and find the answer to your question already published. And we publish all these answers on our website, and of course they are published in electronic tendering system in which the procurements are organized. Then here I have to emphasize on the situation after tender submission deadline. Then tender submission happens, that's it, everything is closed, and here the Commission cannot do any changes to the requirements. If the tender is provided, it means that you agreed with the requirements, with the qualification requirements, with the requirements of technical specification, and there is no any possibility for a change or for improvement. And especially in this place, I have to mention about draft agreements, because this is a very common mistake which we face and which is done very usually by tenderers, that comments or proposals on draft agreement conditions, they are provided too late. Actually, if this is an open tender, when, let's say, draft agreement is provided at the beginning of a procedure, there is no any possibility to change the agreement later after tender provision. Therefore, when the package of the procurement documentation is analyzed, and if you see a draft agreement added, so please provide all your comments on the draft agreement in advance, together with the comments to technical specification. Because very often a mistake is that the tenderers provide the proposal and together with the proposal add their comments to the draft agreement. Sorry, but at that stage we cannot accept that. Commission cannot do anything here and cannot do any changes at that stage. So a bit different situation is only in case when the negotiations are included in the procedure. So at this situation, usually there is a possibility to negotiate about the contract conditions. So in such cases, the contract conditions can be discussed at the negotiation stage, and then these changes, compromises can be made later. So, but this is just for these procedures which have negotiations included. Then one more thing which is important actually, and which can help you a lot, that's to use the package of the documents which is provided together with regulations. Together with regulations, we have prepared rather many annexes, which are usually the forms which can be used for the provision of tender proposals and applications. And all these forms, they are structured in a way to help tenderers to provide the proposal and to include all the information needed. Because if you use the forms prepared, it will help you to structurize and not to miss something what is requested. Also, one more thing which is important, it's when you are reading the requirements, please read them very carefully, because usually qualification requirements, let's say, they include in their structure some requirements. In one sentence, there is some requirements on the railway length, let's say, on the, I don't know, that in your experience it has to be some railway track constructed, which length is such and such. It has to include some bridge and something like that. So if you provide the information, please check that all these parts of the requirement are covered. And this detailization of the information provided, it has to be in line with the requirement, which is clearly stated. Adding to that, one more thing, you have to plan actually your time for preparation of a tender, and again, it will not be successful if it will be left for the last day. Because actually the analysis of the requirements, it needs time, and also it needs time for preparation of the documents. Because while providing a tender, rather many documents have to be added on the owners, on the company registration, and all the list of the documents. So this takes time to prepare these documents, to collect them, to find them, and to provide. So again, to be successful, you have to do everything on time and in advance. Next thing, actually, to be successful in a procurement is a team. You have to have a good team to be successful, to win a tender and to implement a contract. So what concerns the legal form for suppliers, we do not apply any restrictions. So in case a company cannot implement the contract alone or cannot qualify alone, it is always possibility to go for a partnership. For a partnerships, there are some specific things also to be considered, and if you decided to participate not alone but with partners in a tender, please be sure about the structure of this partnership before providing the proposal. Because if you provide a tender and the partnership structure is indicated here, there will be no later possibility to change this partnership structure. Actually, if you want to change a partnership structure later at the tender stage, it can lead to the rejection of a tender. And I have to mention also here about changing partners during contract implementation. Again, these possibilities are very limited. So before choosing your partner, please think if these partners are reliable and if you can together implement the contract. On the documentary side of partnership, so of course, together with a proposal, you have to add the letter of intent on a partnership or a partnership agreement. And again, this agreement or this letter has to be signed by all partners. It has to be written, and it has to be provided together with a proposal. So this is a very important document to be added. And one more also aspect which has to be mentioned in the qualification requirements, there are some qualification requirements which are applied to the partnership as a whole, but there are some requirements which are applied to every partner. So if going to the tender with a partnership, please check if the partners which you included, if they are in line with these requirements which are applied not to the partnership altogether, but to every separate partner. Because sometimes this incompliance can lead again to the rejection of a tender. Next possibility, if there is no wish to participate as a partnership, it can always be a possibility to rely on other person's capabilities to participate. And here again, the requirements are rather similar, but again, it should not be forgotten that some agreement or some confirmation between the tenderer and the company on whom the tenderer relies have to be added to the tender. And this document has to show how this granting of resources from one company to another will be implemented and how these companies will communicate and rely on each other in implementation of a contract. Again, the date of this document must be earlier than the date of a tender submission, and it must be signed. It must be an official letter on official agreement. After preparing this document, you have to think how it will be to the Commission. It will be clear how we participate and how we rely on this and other company. So while providing and while preparing these agreements between companies, please think of it if it is clearly stated in your agreement or in your letter how this reliance happens. And the last very specific situation on the reliance, I want to talk a bit about the holding, like the same companies of a holding, which are participating in a tender, and they rely on each other. Sometimes tenderers think that if we are in the same holding, then nothing is needed. We are one family. But it is not so, actually, and for that I will show you one example how it works. Like in one tender, we had a requirement like tenderer shall be the owner or licensed user of the software that the tenderer is proposing to use for the provision of services. And having such a requirement in our tender, we get the proposal from the company, which is a part of holding and is owned by company A. And the company which participates is company X. In his tender, this tenderer stated that he will have a license for this software to be used, and added the license, the copy of the license, which was issued not to the company X, but to the company Y, which is the member of the same holding. No document added on the agreement between these companies, no letter added on reliance, yes? At this stage, Commission asked the tenderer, the company X, to clarify the issue and how this reliance will be assured. Tenderer submitted a letter which was signed by company Y, the sister company, and this letter was dated after the deadline of submission of a tender. This letter stated everything correctly, that company Y will provide the software and license to company X. So what happened here? The Commission had to reject this tender. Why? Because even if the companies are from one holding, they are treated as a separate legal entities. And even for the holding sister and mother companies, the same rules on reliance apply. They are absolutely the same. So, and one more mistake which was made by the tenderer, the agreement on the resources, it was signed later, and that's why the Commission could not accept this proposal. That's all from my side. Thanks for attention, and I give a word to my colleague.
And thank you very much. I think it was extremely educational and even with a case study. I have still one question that I would like to ask, perhaps already in the direction, on the signatures. And I know that we have faced, let's say, a situation where the partnership is consisting of several states, yeah, or suppliers from different states. And then there's always the exciting exercise of sort of which signature system works, doesn't work, etc. Sort of any comments or recommendations on that?
My recommendation in such situation, I would suggest maybe just to use a simple signature and a copy of a document. Because yes, really, it is a problem with electronic signatures. The different countries, they did not integrate fully with one system, and it can lead actually to the problems. But usually, no, we are rather flexible about that, understanding that it's a technical issue. So, but of course, not to have these problems. Yeah. Better maybe just to sign usually and to provide a copy.
Good. Thank you very much. Then please join the panel. And then the word goes to Margot Yogi, a procurement manager, even in more details on sort of best practice and what should be done and what should not, and how to better understand the Rail Baltic procurements. Margot, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Dear participants, I will try to bring this procurement presentation, riveting and extremely practical as it is, to its terminus, so we can move on to the questions and answers round. Let me introduce to you in short terms the qualification criteria we have in our project. The most important ones are, of course, attached to the financial side of things. This includes the turnover, which is of course specific to the procurement, and we also have a liquidity ratio and equity in our financial criteria. Please be sure to read the requirements very thoroughly, because sometimes these things can be overlooked, and it is quite difficult to repair them afterwards, as we can see. And the technical capabilities of a tenderer, of course, is important as well. These criteria are also procurement specific, and these require a list of previous experience from the tenderer. And these criteria also have to be learned very carefully, because the proposed services or works which are stated in the requirements, they must be included in all those reference projects, and you can't really leave anything out, because as I'm about to tell you, these things are practically impossible to amend at a later stage. So information in the tender, which is the financial or the technical tender itself, it's important to note that the technical requirements which are set by the tender, the procurement authority, these cannot be amended in the tender. So whatever technical requirements are set, then these must be met by the tenderer. Of course, the tenderer can ask questions, and this is encouraged, but in the final tender, these requirements must be met. The Procurement Commission is, of course, entitled to correct some mistakes in the tender. These are mainly financial, so if you have made any mistakes in your calculations, then these can be amended by the Commission. The tender must be clear also in its tender while describing their technical solution, because it is on this description that the Commission then checks if the tender is in compliance with all the requirements. And so please be as detailed as you must in those parts. Now, of course, the Commission must ensure some basic principles throughout the procurement process, such as transparency, honoring free competition, and also treating all participants in an equal and fair manner, while also keeping in mind that we have to use the funds of Rail Baltica in an effective way. This is to say that some mistakes can be repaired, as it were, during the tendering process, and this pertains to the information which has already been presented in the tender. But it is not allowed to add new information to the tender, as we can see by this example, where a tender has already submitted some information. It is not of sufficient detail, so in this case the Commission can ask the tenderer for some additional information, which then supplements the information already supplied in the tender itself. However, the tenderer is not allowed to add new information to the tender. So if it has, say by mistake, not described some experience, then this information cannot be added at a later stage. A short word about framework agreements and dynamic purchasing systems. This is something we would like to stress, that in addition to the sort of usual contracts which are commonplace, we also use framework agreements and dynamic purchasing systems. And is a short comparison of the three. Basically, while a contract in the usual sense is very rigid and sets all the criteria for the cooperation, then a framework agreement merely states the nature of the framework, its goal, and then how, if it is concluded with several participants, then how are the contracts awarded in that framework. A dynamic purchasing system is in that sense more flexible still, because it allows for the participants to enter the system during its time of operation. So when you qualify for a dynamic purchasing system, you can always submit your tenders. And these tenders are then drawn into contracts. And in conclusion, I would like to remind you to keep your communication active. Make sure that every detail of the procurement is known to you before you submit your tenders, and also make sure that the documents you need to submit your tender are asked with ample time to spare, because we all know that financial and technical side of the tender takes a long time to prepare, but also keep in mind that the documents you need from your authorities to make sure that you don't have any grounds for exclusion, these can also take a long time to obtain. Thank you.
Good. Thank you, Margo. There was also one specific question, and you mentioned also these. The question was on mini procurements.
Yes.
Yeah, and where can suppliers see them?
Well, the mini procurements, they are done either through a framework agreement or more usually through a dynamic purchasing system. So these are the ones to look out for.
Good. That was a short and sweet answer. Then let's join a short, reduced version. You could also sit there, but good. Apologies for waiting. But still, on procurements. Yeah, and I will jump immediately without the fafafas, but there are some concrete questions. Firstly, Christian, you mentioned this common standard version 4. Yeah, and sort of like a Bruce Willis movie type. What should the suppliers expect? Something die hard, or what is there to expect?
I believe. Thank you for the question. First of all, I believe that we will improve it going forward. Especially, we will address more precisely the sanctions topic. We, of course, together with our partners in the project, went through an exercise of analyzing what risks the participation potentially of Russian or Belarusian suppliers and suppliers and services what disruption it might cause to the project. And we've analysed the sanctions, and we keep an eye on the sanctions and also the continuous development of the sanctions. So these are the topics, first and foremost, that we will address in there. And also noting the turbulence and volatility in the market, we wish to simplify where we can, create efficiency, and be more flexible towards the marketplace in these times. So please watch this space for the changes, and surely we will communicate on those changes once we have got to that place.
Good, thank you. Then there was one specific, it was quite popular after Jean-Marc's presentation, CCS procurement in Christmas. And that, I think, it is concrete question on the CCS procurement. Would there be sufficient time to submit, let's say, the applications? But I think also shortly, if you could describe how we choose at least the kickoff period, yeah, so it's not too short, not too long. Aigu, perhaps I could give the floor to you.
Yeah, no, in any case, even if we are launching something before any type of holidays, either Christmas or any other, we are considering that this is time when most probably nobody is working and having a great holidays. So we exclude this period of time out of that submission time anyways. So it doesn't matter actually. Regarding the length, there are several items what we consider. First of all, what is the total time frame of particular procurement, because we have to deliver the project and we have a concrete program where we have to fit in also with the procurement timeline. So this is the first aspect. Second, of course, is to understand how complex is the subject and the documents that the suppliers have to prepare, and this also may be in various ways. Yeah? There could be a situation where the qualification criteria or the technical documents are quite easy to be prepared and you don't need much time for that. Yeah? So this is basically the second aspect what we are considering. So it could be from 1-2 months to even 6 months, depending on the complexity of the subject matter and the documents to be prepared.
Colleague, something to add?
Maybe just one word on the timeline. Of course, we always also look out for any feedback that we have, which goes back to the comments that Asta made in her presentation, that if there are concerns during the procurement procedure when the documents have been published, please do get in touch with us, please do ask. If you see any sort of problems with deadlines, also please highlight them and justify them so that we can consider that. So I think maybe just to highlight that part.
So for a short reply also specifically on CCS, those interested parties, I think you can enjoy the Christmas Eve at least.
Yes, it will be a wonderful Christmas for signalers.
Good. Also a specific question. How are social and sustainability objectives captured through the procurements? So how are social and sustainability objectives captured through procurement?
I don't know if my colleagues want to answer. Maybe I can just lead into that.
Yeah.
There are different ways how to address any such requirement. So, and we always go through the process of analyzing what it is that we need to achieve. So from the requirements for the project, from the initiatives that we have for the organization, for the project, and indeed for the higher level in terms of the Baltic countries and the EU, then from that side we build up the requirements, and these requirements might be reflected in procurement direct requirements, meaning qualification requirements, compliance requirements, evaluation conditions, or we might indeed have something specific in the scope to be delivered during the implementation, or something in the contract. So there's no one-size-fits-all in that regard. We have certain procurement procedures where we have these qualitative criteria that address certain topics with regard to these items as well, I believe. However, this is something that during the specifying of any conditions we always keep in mind as well. So we had our colleagues earlier today talking about the scopes and how to implement the zero energy and all these kind of things. So already from the point of view of when we develop the scopes, these requirements are there. So it's not just a question for procurement, but it's a wider question of building up the requirements, I would say.
Then I will wrap up, I think, with one a little bit philosophical question. Yeah, and I think that this team representing and having extensive experience both in Lithuania, Estonia, Latvia, but also beyond, and now also in Rail Baltic. Well, let's say, and going together, Christian, what you mentioned, yeah, on a bad joke that has come like a reality. How is the dynamics in procurement sector in the Baltics, but also in EU? And are let's say, new skills required to address the new situation? And let's say, of course, from the context of Rail Baltic. And I would appreciate a short comment from each of you.
Wonderful. If I kick off, and thank you. This is an interesting question. I would say certainly what's happening is that the current circumstances and turbulent times have opened up the opportunity for accepting different practices. So of course any region and any market segment, they have their own practices instilled through time that the procurement professionals and the market players are used to. Now, new times require new practices and new ways of doing things. So I would say it's more about the openness from the market participants, the suppliers, to accept different ways for the contracting authorities to procure, and for the contracting authorities and for the decision makers, the beneficiaries, the stakeholders, for them to accept a different approach. So I think this openness is being created for that. And we have to recognize that what is considered as best practice in a different region may not be something that is a prevalent practice in our region, and this is also one of the things that we are trying to establish going forward is taking these best practices from different regions where railway projects are being undertaken and providing the awareness and providing the tools and means and knowledge to push the boundaries and to improve. But that's just a short comment from me. I would hand over to my colleagues now. Thank you.
Thank you, Christian. Astu?
Yeah, I just can add to what Christian said that yes, of course, obviously, we are learning every day new things and taking into consideration also all new, let's say, waves and trends in the procurement, like green course, like social aspect in the procurements. Of course, we have to learn and to implement new things every day, and we have to think always how to improve and how to get on this to be in line first with the requirements, and of course to be in line with these high values and priorities which are raised by European Commission and by the countries, and taking into consideration all the things on climate change and everything. Of course, we have to learn every day.
Good, thank you. Agnes, something to add?
It's a daily challenge, yeah, how to implement such a mega project in public procurement frame what we have. This is the first thing. And second thing, let's be honest, we also are learning by doing, because this is also the way how to see what is the market reaction. That's why we much appreciate any feedback from the market during market consultations, during the procurement with the questions, with challenging us and asking us the questions. And then we also have our internal some kind of workshops and discussions how we can improve and how to better achieve the goal what we intend to have.
Thank you. Margo?
Public procurement professionals, as we are, I mean, we are using public funds, and we tend to wish to eliminate any risk in what we do. But I think the last few years have shown that we cannot eliminate all risks, and we must be certain that some risks will stay, and we will need to learn new ways of doing things and to be more flexible and to recognize that we are all in this together. The goal is the same.
Excellent. And colleagues, thank you very much. Jan and Christian, I think that also not only the professionalism and transparency and openness, but also the culture that you have developed across the team, not only in RB Rail, but across the project. So thank you for that. And thank you all speakers for presenting your parts. I think that is something for everyone to especially those working on procurement, to look regularly into, I would say. Good. Thank you very much. I think that we are approaching the closing part of the Industry Day. Short wrap-up. And here, again, quite an extensive program. And I have to agree to some speaker who mentioned that it actually events like these allow us also ourselves to look back at the year, what has been done, and take stock and actually to sometimes pat on the shoulder in a positive way that the maturity of the progress and of the project is indeed increasing by day, and therefore also Industry Days as an annual and regular engagement format for transparent and direct engagement with the existing partners, but also those interested to join the Rail Baltic team is an excellent fora to do that. Looking back a little bit on today's discussions, so some conclusions from my side. I'm quite sure that in the participants, and I know that there were at one point more than 1,000 online viewers, each of us will bring something else potentially home, but some conclusions from my side. Firstly, the geopolitical importance of the project only increases in the Baltics, but also increases at the EU level. Yeah, and also the inclusion of Rail Baltica in the already second transport core network corridor, the Baltic Sea, North Sea Baltic Sea, Black Sea, and Aegean Sea, the 3-sea corridor, only confirms. And this is not just 3 Baltic countries, but an agreement endorsed by all 27 EU member states. Significant progress in 2022 has been reached, and significant plans and procurements are approaching for the coming years. Maturity increases day by day, and we are also not naive and we well understand that there are several great projects in EU with great targets that are also progressing. And unfortunately, the situation or the financial situation is that we will have to go into competition. But we will be ready and well equipped. Strong progress on energy and CCS subsystems, on the procurements, so that's also a notification. Not be concerned on CCS procurement plan to be launched around Christmas. There will be sufficient time to submit the bids. Yes, large-scale construction. That's without doubt. That's a message by not only the CEO of the joint venture, but also by the national partners. Large-scale construction in all 3 countries going on actively. And of course, need to put the magic touch that it goes together in one common system and according the same rules. Procurements. The glorious procurement team is working to address the changing times and being fit and also open to improvements, or let's say open to finding new ways and cooperation formats with also the suppliers, understanding that the situation has changed, and also the contracts, the procurements need to adapt accordingly. On the practicalities, the PowerPoint presentations, the videos, the Slido questions, including answers, will be available on project website, railbaltic.org. And then to conclude, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank the project team across all the project partners, as well as the existing Rail Baltic suppliers. It's sometimes complex, without doubt, but we are happy that you are with us and that we can build our cooperation and our joint experiences. And also thank you for those joining online and being interested in the project. So see you late spring 2023 with a plan of global forum. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you and full speed ahead. Good. Yeah.